Welcome to Enemies Velodrome for day 2 of our final round, round 6 of the AMV track series. And our final state championships, the team pursuit. We'll have those coming up a little later on this afternoon. First up, we are going to kick off with some flying 200 efforts for our graded sprinters and our juniors. And from there, into a scratch race. And then we'll hit straight into our team pursuit. So racing will kick off in about 3 minutes' time. Stand by and we'll talk to you soon. All right, and we're off and racing here again at Enemies Velodrome on the final day of February in 2026. Final day of the Enemies track series, including our team pursuit state championships. First up though, we've got some sprinters out on track. And we're going to start with a bang. The young man from Balmoral, Oscar Winchester. So we'll have a whole bunch of riders looking to set a time for some sprint matchups later on. Going through the list, there's some big names on there too. Mitch Louis, Lauren Perry, Ella Liang, Julie Barnett, Chris Mullins, Willem Elias. The list goes on. Should be a great afternoon of sprints. So next time around, Oscar will get the bell, and this will be the time for everyone to chase. We look forward to seeing Oscar at Junior Nationals later on in March. Gets the bell, Stands up nice and early, into the sprinters lane early. Starts the clock as he goes through turn 2. Down the back straight. First 100, not looking too bad. It was early 5s, so he's going to have to get his hustle on now. Comes across the line. He'll stop the clock in an 11.295. Next out on track, and fellow Balmoral teammate, Flynn Jensen. He knows the time to beat now, 11.295, set by Oscar Winchester. As Flynn begins his wind up next time around, he'll get the bell. He's up nice and high on the boards. Got it locked in as he heads down the back straight. Round turn 3 and 4, he'll get the bell this time around. Gets out of the saddle as he enters turn 4. Stays up nice and close to the fence, right up over those bars. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Into the back straight, time to beat 11.295. His first 100, that looks like it was late 5s. So he's really going to have to hustle to get on top of Oscar Winchester. He stops the clock with a 12.119. Next out on track, also from Balmoral, and a young lady that can do absolutely everything, Maddie Douglas Savage. This will be all of our under 17s done. We'll start heading into our under 19s and opens after this. So it still sits with Winchester, an 11.295. As Douglas Savage heads down the back straight, she'll get the bell this time around. Stay seated now, gets out of the saddle just after she enters turn 4. Up goes the shout. Across the start finish line, good entry into the sprinters lane just before she starts the clock. Down the back straight for Douglas Savage as she goes the 100-metre mark. That looks like it was early 6s, so this might be mid-12s. Comes down the front straight, stops the clock with a 12.429. Next out on track, one of the finest young men you'll meet, Cater Smalley, also from the Balmoral Cycling Club. It's come along in leaps and bounds over the last year or two. So gets it locked in. Big difference in speed for Cater as he heads down that back straight. He's really started to accelerate. Gets out of the saddle on the exit of 3. Nice and high on the fence. Gets the bell. Start-finish line. Drops in into the sprinters lane and starts the clock at the same time. Perfect entry for Cater Smalley. First 100, looking sharp. Early 5s. Can he go sub 11? He'll want to. Down into the front straight he goes. Stops the clock with a 10.933. And that's our new time to beat. First one to go, sub 11s. Out on track next. wearing that QAS kit, Seb Topping. Came to track cycling from BMX. I'm not sure he does the BMX anymore. But he certainly found his feet as a sprinter on the track. So time to beat will be Cater Smalley's time, a 10.933. As Seb starts to wind it up into 3 and 4, gets out of the saddle on the exit of 3. Nice and high on the fence. Down the start finish line. Way over those front bars. Starts the clock. Heads out of turn 2. Down the back straight. Looking sharp along that first 100. That looked like it was low 5s. So this will be maybe mid 10s as he heads into the finish. He goes a 10.641. And that will be our new time to beat, 10.641. Average of 67.7 k's an hour. Next out on track, also wearing the QAS kit, Olivia Wright. Haven't seen Olivia at the track for a little while. So very sedate. First lap and a half for Olivia. Got it locked in, nice and high on the fence. Now she starts to wind it up a little bit more. So next time round, Olivia will get the bell. Round 3, into 4, she gets out of the saddle. So time to beat sits with Seb Topping at 10.641. Starts the clock. Doesn't look like there's a lot of pace on this one. It was late 5, so it's just deceptive, I think. So this could still be sub 12. Comes across the line. It's a 12.121. Next out on track, Emma Stevens. And again, just that slow roll around the top. Trying not to waste an ounce of energy before she has to. So Emma Stevens, she starts to wind it up now as she exit 2. Get the bell this time around. She's out of the saddle halfway around 3. Into the front straight. There's the bell right up hugging the fence. Drops in. Starts the clock. Heads down the back straight. Emma Stevens' time to beat is still a 10.641. Mid 5s for Emma Stevens. Can she go low 11s? 11.662. So Seb Topping and Cater Smalley, the only riders underneath the 11-second mark so far. But next out on track, Ella Liang. Big thanks to Ella. She coached the juniors earlier on this morning and then straight back into her own prep to get ready for the Flying Twos. So Liang starts to wind it up. Down that back straight, you can really see the speed starting to come into it now. What can we see out of Liang as she gets out of the saddle on the entry to turn 4? Way up over those bars, Ella Liang starts the clock, heads down the back straight. Looking quite quick down there. Those low 5s, can she push on? Look at a time in the 11s, cross the line in 11.703. Next out on track, we've seen this young man grow up around the Chandler Outdoor and Anna Mears, Mitch Louis. Mitch starting his wind up now, out of the saddle along the fence. Good entry into the sprinters lane, starting the clock at the same time. Down the back straight, now we're starting to see some speed. That was late 4s, very early 5s. What's Mitch Louis got in store for us here? Goes 10.335 to take the fastest time so far. So Mitch knocks off Seb Topping, who's held on to that fast time for quite some time. So 10.335. Next up, it says she's from Launceston, but we know Lauren Perry's a true Queenslander these days. So Lauren begins her wind up. She'll get the bell next time around. Out of the saddle on the exit of turn 3. Perry hugging the fence along that front straight. Gets into the sprinters lane. Perfect timing down the back straight. Lauren Perry, what has she got in store for us today? That looked like it was a mid-5s. Can she get sub 11 into the front straight? Stops the clock at 11.623. Next up, the man from UQ, Adam Clark. Clarkey winds around the top. Starts to build up his speed now as he heads into his final lap before the bell. So Adam Clark really winds it up down that back straight. Gets out of the saddle midway through turn 3. Hugs the fence down the front straight. Drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Time to beat from Mitch Louis, 10.335. First 100 looked like it was mid-5s. Adam Clark comes across the line with 11.46. Next out, also from UQ, Anthony Lane. So these times will set our Sprint matchups a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll have our juniors out after the graded riders. We'll have a bit of a scratch race and then we'll head into our team pursuits. We'll have a round of qualifying and then our finals a little later on this afternoon. So Anthony Lane now. So the time sits with Mitchell Louis, 10.335. Out of the saddle, so Anthony Lane along the front straight. Gets into turn one, drops in, starts the clock. Down the back straight, first 100. They look like it was a late 5, so he's really going to have to hustle Anthony Lane. To the start-finish line, he goes an 11.741. Next out on track, and also from the University of Queensland, Sandra Stoy. So Sandra Stoy makes her way around. Next time around, she'll collect the bell. Sandra starts her wind up. Into 3, into 4, gets out of the saddle now. Up on the fence. Sandra Stoy. We saw her have some great results earlier on the state champs. Really giving it to some of the elite riders. So Stoy, her first 100. That looked like it was late 5s. Can she stick in that 11-second mark? She comes across the line, just goes over with a 12.099. Next out on track, I think that's Anthony Lane. Not on the program, but that's Anthony Lane out on track now. Very much the extrovert Anthony Lane. Have a look at that kit. You wouldn't miss him in a thunderstorm. So Lane, regular down at the 100 lapper down the Gold Coast on a Thursday night. Speaking of Gold Coast, how about Noah Blannon heading over to Worlds? He's been riding out of his skin. So Anthony Lane gets the bell down that front straight. Starts the clock. Chris Lang, sorry, not Anthony Lane. Chris Lang down the back straight. First 100. Those early 6s, so he's really going to have to motor on this last 100. Chris Lang, he does. He stops at 11.758. I think he got faster. Next out on track, I'm wearing that same Larry kit, Glyn Catherall. They'll look pretty sharp later on during their team pursuit, I think. So Glyn Catherall, he makes his way around. Next time, it'll be time for the bell. So bell this time round. Glyn gets out of the saddle, coming out of turn 4. Heads down towards the sprinter's lane, starts the clock. A little bit late. Oh, comes out of the sprinters lane as well. Catherall down the back straight. First 100, that was low sixes. She's going to go mid-12s. If he can keep going, Glyn Catherall goes 12, 4 to 8. Next out on track, from the University of Queensland, Julie Barnett. So Julie, with those world champion stripes around her armband, as a previous winner of the world championships in the Masters category. So Barnett out of the saddle on the exit of turn 3. Heads down, gets the bell, stays up nice and high, drops in, starts the clock. Julie Barnett now on her way. First 100, that was about 6 flat. She heads into the front straight, stops the clock in a 12.292. So time to beat still sits with Mitchell Louis at 10.335. But this young man will certainly be wanting to do something about that. Young Will Emilias. First year as an under 19. But very, very fast. His brother Ben doing good things as well on the Crankworks tour. The Emilias family, a bunch of overachievers. So Will makes his way around. So Emilias, he'll get the bell this time. Now gets out of the saddle on the entry to turn 4. Starts the clock. Now early entry into the sprinters lane as he goes down the back straight. First 100, not looking too bad. That was mid-5s. Can he go sub-11? Will Emilias down the front straight? He will go, and it's a 10.898. Next out on track, Christopher Mullins. So Mullins begins his wind up. Time to beat still with Mitch Louis, a 10.335. That's Seb Topping with a 10.641 and Will Emilias on a 10.898. Mullins out nice and early into the entry into turn 4. Aggressive out of the saddle. Really cranking along down that front straight. Early entry, starts the clock. Down the back straight, Mullins pushing that big gear. That looked like it was mid-5s, maybe a 5.4. What's he got in store for that second 100? He'll go at 11.309. Last of our senior riders out on track, it's Flash Gordon himself, Rory Fisk. So Rory, he'll begin his wind-up. First year under-19s. Or maybe second year under-19s, I can't remember. Still in school, so as he begins his wind-up now. Still in the saddle, gets out of the saddle now, halfway through turn 4. Up on the fence, across the line. Drops in, starts the clock, not a bad entry. Into the back straight, Rory Fisk flying down that back straight. First 100, that was about 5.7. Into the front straight, Rory Fisk stops the clock at 11.486. So Mitchell Louis with the fastest time, a 10.335. So we'll have some matchups a bit later on. Next out on track though, we'll have our juniors. And first out on track, it'll be Edmund Bates. So Edmund Bates, our under-9 rider, out there on that green frog. He gets the bell this time around. Gets out of the saddle, Edmund Bates. Gets around, starts the clock. Look at him go, spinning that tiny gear down the back straight. Edmund Bates really starting to roll now. This is going to set the time for all the juniors to meet. Edmund, around turn 3, around turn 4, into the front straight. He gets a big roar from the crowd. Bates coming across the line. He stops the clock with a 24.021 at an average of 30 k's an hour. Next out on track from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Amelia Klein. So less wind up, it's only 2.5 laps for our juniors. They don't need the full 3.5 laps. All of these riders restricted to 5.5 metre rollout. So there's the bell. Amelia Klein across the line. So we'll get a manual time for Amelia as she comes across the line now. So Amelia Klein across the finish line. Now Whitfield, Henderson Cunnington from Balmoral, our next rider across the track. We saw him on the podium yesterday for his points race, taking home the bronze. So Henderson Cunnington up nice and high, the first of our juniors to head towards the fence. Our first under 11 rider. So Whitfield gets the bell, gets out of the saddle along that front straight. Goes up nice and high, drops in, gets some extra speed. Into the back straight, Henderson Cunnington. Makes his way around turn 3 and 4. So Whitfield comes across the line, stops the clock with an 18.043. Next out on track from Bundaberg, Milan Klein. Milan's had a good hit out over the state champs. He'll get the bell this time round. Time to beat so far is an 18.043, set by Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington. Milan Klein out of the saddle, heads up the hill, then drops in, starts the clock. So Klein down the back straight. He's looking to beat the time of Whitfield with an 18 flat. First 100 metres, looked like it was in about 8.5. So he'll be around that 16, 17 second mark. Comes across the line with a 17.081 to set the new fastest time. Next out on track with a trail of gold medals behind him from these state champs. From the Gold Coast, Sonny Morfitt. Gets the bell, Sonny Morfitt out of the saddle. Gets back seated, goes slightly uphill, then gets out of the saddle again, starts the clock. So new time to beat, 17.081, set by Milan Klein. So first 100, that was about 8 seconds. Can he go a 16 second? He goes 16.082. Next out on track, and our first under 13 rider from the University of Queensland, Judd Larkins. So the time to beat set by Sonny Morfitt is 16.082. So Larkins gets the bell, stays nice and casual, now gets out of the saddle, drops in, starts the clock at the same time. So Larkins really hammering down that back straight. First 100, about 6.5. This is going to be a pretty quick time for the young rider from UQ. Stops the clock with a 13.782. Next out on track, the superstar from Balmoral, Evie Rose, Henderson, Cunnington. So Evie Rose, around turn 3 and 4, she'll get the bell this time. She starts to wind things up. Out of the saddle down the front straight. Drops in, starts the clock. So new time to beat, 13.782 by Larkins at UQ. First 100, that looked like it was low sevens. So Evie Rose, Henderson, Cunnington into the front straight. She'll stop the clock with a 14.695 to go second fastest. Next out on track from Bundaberg will be Imogen Kemps. And our final rider will be Isla Tompkinson. So Kemps gets the bell. Gets out of the saddle, drops into the sprinters lane. So she'll want to chase the time of Evie Rose, a 14.695. Down the back straight for Kemps. Looking pretty sharp, first 100. Those are mid-sevens. So a bit of work to do to catch up to Evie Rose, but she heads into the front straight. Imogen Kemps stops the clock with a 15.359. Next out on track, our final junior rider, Isla Tompkinson. I think she's grown since 2 weeks ago, starting to look like she's outgrown the bike. So Tompkinson gets the bell. Starts the clock. First 100 metres. So it'll be mid-7. So a lot of work to do for Tompkinson as she into the front straight. Isla Tompkinson heads across the line, stops the clock with a 15.407. So we'll see the juniors out for some sprint matchups a little later on as well. Next up, we'll have a 15-lap graded scratch race before we head into our team pursuit qualifying. So all those riders in the graded scratch race, can you make your way to the marshalling area? Looks like we've only got 3 riders. Jade Orboom, Eden Silly Cunnington, Felix Crossman, here comes Rory Fisk. Karsten Rickard there as well. Martin Edwards, he makes his way towards the track. So a vastly reduced field by the look of this one. So missing this race will be Will Holzberger, Zach Douglas-Savage, Chris Lang, Cam Douglas-Savage, Maddie Wynn and Stevie Mayman. But we will have Felix Crossman, Eden Silly Cunnington, Rory Fisk, Jay Dorraboom, Karsten Rickard and Martin Edwards. So 15-lap scratch race before we head towards our team pursuit qualifying. As the riders get the whistle. Bit of a warm-up session, I think, for the team pursuit qualifying coming up. So Silly Cunnington on the front. She's got Dorraboom and Fisk for company. Silly Cunnington taking the elite women's points race last night. Dorraboom hands it over to Fisk. On his wheel, Karsten Rickard. Then Martin Edwards, Felix Crossman, and Silly Cunnington. So pretty casual start to this 15-lap scratch race. Now Felix Crossman, he increases the tempo, starts to stretch everybody out. So he heads up the track. Keen on getting this tempo a little bit higher. Silly Cunnington on the front. She hands it over to Doriboom. And we're all back together. Rickard closing that gap down. So Fisk hands it back to Crossman. He's going to go again. He's got a gap this time. This might be an IP for Crossman. We know how well he can do when he's out by himself. So he does have a good gap. Giving chase will be Jay Doriboom. Fisk going to try and go with him. He's got a tiny gap that he needs to bridge to Doriboom to get in that draft. So Crossman now with 7 to go. Doriboom, Fisk. There are 3 out the front. Sealy Cunnington, she's chasing them down. So Doriboom gets on the wheel of Felix Crossman. He winds up the track. Crossman waits for Fisk. Drops in. These 3 have got a good gap out the front. 6 laps to go. Sealy Cunnington, she's out by herself. Carsten Rickard by himself. Martin Edwards by himself. There's our 3 out the front. Felix Crossman, Jay Doriboom, Rory Fisk. They got 5 laps to go. So they come around, they'll collect Martin Edwards. Looks like he's pulled himself out of the race. So Fisk on the front, 4 laps to go now, 1 kilometre. So Crossman, who started this, he hands it over to Doriboom. They've got half a lap over the chasing Sealy Cunnington. Fisk on the front. He hands it back to Crossman. He's the man that kicked all of this off and split the pack in half and thirds and quarters. Two and a half laps to go. Fisk on the front. Crossman and Doriboom, very short turns now on the front. Next time round they'll get the bell. Crossman starts a big wind up. Who can react? Doriboom. He sits up. Rory Fisk, he's going to try and chase it down. So they'll get the bell this time around. There it is, 1 lap to go. Crossman really starting to pump those pedals into 1 and 2. He heads down in the back straight. He has a look around. He's got a clear gap over Rory Fisk. So Crossman cruises around turn 3 and 4. He'll bring it home. So Felix Crossman, the winner of the graded 15-lap scratch race. As we head towards our team pursuit qualifying. So all the qualifying will be front straight only, so we'll just have one team out at a time. And first out on the boards, it'll be Cam Douglas Savage, Richard Watson, Matthew Wynn and Martin Edwards. Masters men 150 plus, 8 laps. So a bit of an update. Event 3 and 4, they've been scratched. We're going to go straight to Event 5, the Masters Women Open Team Pursuit Quali. That'll be Julie Barnett, Sandra Stoy, Mel Simon and Courtney McGowan. So their riders are settled. Julie Barnett, Sandra Stoy, Mel Simon and Courtney McGowan. So our riders out of the gates, Julie Barnett will lead this one out, followed by McGowan, Simon and Stoy. So 16 laps. So the girls taking a bit of a lap to get themselves composed and together. Barnett looks around, they're still not all quite on yet. Now down in the back straight. So 2 laps down, Julie Barnett on the front. So it looks like they used the sprinter to get them going. So 3 laps down now, it's McGowan on the front. So this looks like it'll be an 8-lapper rather than the 16 in the program. Next time around, they'll be halfway done, 4 laps to go. Into the front straight, so halfway there, 4 laps to go now. Mel Simon hands it over to Sandra Stoy. Next time around, they'll have 3 laps to go. It's not going to be around about the 140 mark, 138. 989 so far with 3 to go. As the girls are starting to fall apart, Sandra Stoy off the front by herself. She heads up the boards, looks around, takes a breather. So McGowan on the front with 2 to go. All the pace coming out of this team pursuit. Bell lap now, 1 to go. And on the front, that's Mel Simon, followed by Sandra Stoy. So they come through. This will be their final lap. Across the line they come, and they stop the clock with a 2:39.628. So next up, we head into our under-17 men's qualifying. 5 teams for the under-17 men, 12 laps. So the under-17s, the only ones with multiple entries. So for the boys, there'll be 5 teams. For the girls, there'll be 2. First up will be the Gold Coast team of Riley Dixon, Matt McEwen, Ulla Rickard and Max Pocock. So in the gates, it'll be Riley Dixon, followed by Ulla Rickard, followed by Pocock and McEwen. So this will be the time set. So top 2 will go to the gold final. 3 and 4 will go to the bronze. So a little bit bumpy out of the gates, but they've got themselves back together again. So Dixon, Rickard, Pocock and McEwen, as they all settle into their bars. Dixon setting the tempo for this one as he looks around, make sure all his teammates are on board. So first lap across the line, a 25-second, 25.5. So 12 laps for our under-17 men. Have a feeling Riley Dixon might be on the front for a little while on this one, just setting pace. So 2 laps down now, 44.35. So he heads up the track. So Rickard now on the front. The Gold Coast boys. Dixon just coming underneath McEwen there. So Rickard, he flicks up the track. He hands it over to Pocock. Into the fronts they come. So Pocock will lead them across the line. So 4 laps down, a 1:22. So 8 laps to go. Pocock just off the back a little there as McEwen hits the front. So Pocock doing a lot of work to get back on terms. The boys been practicing down at Nerang. With 7 laps to go, it's a 1:41. So still McEwen on the front. He hands it over to Dixon. Halfway there now. This will be around the 2-minute mark. So 2 minutes, 6:94 with 6 laps to go. So a few splits starting to happen between the boys. Rickard, just that small gap there to Max Pocock as Dixon calms the pace down, gets the team back together. Half a bike length between Pocock and Rickard. As Ula Rickard, he takes to the front. So 4 laps remaining and a 2:38, 5:27 so far. As they come around turn 3 and 4. 3 laps to go, around about that 3-minute mark. So Pocock off now as they come around. They'll get 2 laps to go. McEwen on the front. They'll really start to push now. Try and finish under that 4-minute mark for Matty McEwen on the front. 3:17 with 2 to go. Now Dixon back on the front. They get the bell. This will be the time for all the under-17s to reach. So they come along. McEwen just a little off the back. This is not too bad on their last lap. This will be the time for all the under-17 teams to match up to as McEwen stops the clock in a 3:53.665. So that's the time to beat for our under-17 team pursuits. 3:53.665. Next out on track will be the first of our Balmoral teams of Felix Henderson, Paddy Richardson, Seb Yuri and Henry Velasquez. So out of our blocks for our first Balmoral team, a couple under 15s in there, and Henry Velasquez as well. Out of the gates, that'll be Seb Urry, followed by Paddy Richardson, Henry Velasquez, and Felix Henderson. Time to beat, it's going to be a 3:53.665. So fastest so far for our team from Balmoral. So our riders come around. So 2 laps down, they're still holding that number 1 position. So Henry Velasquez onto the front now. Looking to lead out this team from Balmoral. 3 laps down, 9 to go. They've slipped back to second position now, so they're going to have to hustle a little bit if they want to beat the time of the Gold Coast team. So Henderson on the front. 8 laps to go, 4 down, 8 to go. Still in second position so far. Can they keep it together as they head around into the back straight? On the front, hands it over. Seb Urry, he hands it back to Paddy Richardson as they head down the front straight. Time, still in second spot. So as Henry Velasquez heads back to the front, they're halfway done now, so still in second spot. So a lot of work to do for this Balmoral team. So as our team from Balmoral really up the pace now, they're going to try and get back on top of that Gold Coast team. Seb Urry back to the front as they come round with 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre. We'll have a look at the clock. They're still in second spot, so they've got a lot of work to do, this young team from Balmoral. So Velasquez on the front. Now they've hit the front, so they've really picked up the pace. So Velasquez, Henderson and Richardson, our final 3 riders, they're in front of the Gold Coast as it is now, as they come around this time. They'll get 2 laps to go, 500 metres. Henderson on the front, they're still in the first spot. Final lap coming up for our young Balmoral team. 1 lap to go. They're still in first place, so they're on top of Gold Coast at the moment. Velasquez hits the front. He ups the tempo. Henderson, Richardson just off the back. He's going to have to hustle to get back on terms. The clock will stop with Richardson as they head into the front straight. Henry looks around. They stop the clock. They've dropped to second with a 3:56.737. So next out on track, our riders from Hamilton Wheelers, Harry Dowling, Elliot King, Aidan Parslow, and Jacob Cork. So Harry Dowling, winner of the points race last night. So Dowling setting this off at a cracking pace. So they go fastest so far for the first 250. The time they're looking to beat is from the Gold Coast of 3:53.665. Dowling on the front for the first two. They're still fastest. He hands it over to Elliot King. Looking pretty smooth, the boys from Hamilton. 3 laps down now, 9 to go. Still set the fastest time. So first 7:50 in under a minute. So they've got off to a cracking start. They'll be looking to go low 3s, I think, by the look of that time. So 8 laps to go. So on the front now, Jacob Cork. So still hold that number 1 spot. Good transitions. Parslow just a little bit off the wheel of Elliot King then. So halfway done this time. So 6 laps to go. They'll still hold the number 1 spot with a 1:48. So 1,500 metres left. Dowling back on the front. He's doing the lion's share of the work so far. So Dowling, around he comes. 5 laps to go. Still in that number 1 position. Four laps to go now. King leads them across the line. Still holds that number 1 spot with a 2:23. What have the boys got left in the tank? Mid 3 minute mark. If they can do the next lot in about a minute. Parslow on the front with 3 to go. So this will be the time to beat for all of them. 3:53, the time by the Gold Coast. I think Hamilton will bring this one home. Two laps to go now. Cork on the front. The tempo increasing. 2:58 with 2 to go. So it'd be 3:30 something, you would assume. Jacob Cork, he peels off. Dowling gets the bell. He's on the front. 3:15. So yeah, it'll be around that 3:30 mark. King onto Dowling's wheel. Parslow there as well. So heading to the front straight. Dowling rolls up the track. So they take the time off Parslow. 3:31.648. So that's our new time to beat. And next up, looking to beat that, the UQ Bundy team combined of Harley Bradshaw, Flynn Larkins, Hunter Davis and Cruz Kemps. So Kemps will lead this one out. He'll be followed by Larkins, Bradshaw and Davis. So out of the gates, Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg, followed by Larkins and Bradshaw from UQ, and then Hunter Davis from Bundaberg. So the time they're chasing, a 3:31.648. That was the mark set by the Hamilton Wheelers crew. So Kemp's on the front. Fastest so far with a 22.18. Larkins on the front. So Hamilton Wheelers have booked themselves into a final. Which one it'll be? So at the 500 metre mark, still the team to beat so far. Can they keep this tempo up? So 9 to go, 3 laps down, a 55.918. So good time so far, about 3 seconds in front of the Hamilton Wheelers crew. Larkins just missing his changeover there, so he's got to hustle to get back on terms. Bradshaw on the front. So Bradshaw with a flying lap there. So still in the front so far. On the front, Hunter Davis. He heads him across the line. Still fastest with 7 to go. So Davis, followed by Kemps, followed by Larkins. Davis rolls up. He hands it over to Kemps as they come through. Halfway mark. They're still on the front. 1:47. So the boys from UQ and Bundaberg, they're setting a good pace here. Looking to try and get into the gold final. They want to beat the time of Hamilton Wheelers, a 3:31. Bit of work to do still. So Kemp's across the line. They're still on the front with 5 laps to go. Larkins back to the front now. He's got Davis there for company as the boys head down the back straight. So they head around this time. It'll be 4 laps to go. So still 4 laps to go. The UQ Bundaberg team setting the fastest time so far as they get encouragement from Bradshaw. Larkins rolls up. He drops back in behind Kemps. Still the number 1 spot. So they're looking good, this crew. They're going to try and book their way into the gold final. Davis increases the pace down the back straight. They're getting faster, if anything. So Davis brings them around. 2 laps to go. They're still on front at a 2:57. This could be around that 3:30 mark. They're just on track with Hamilton Wheelers, so they're going to have to really hustle this last lap and a half. Hunter Davis on the front. He's got Cruz Kemps for company. 1 lap to go. 3:14. They're only 1 second in front of Hamilton Wheelers as they push down the back straight. They're going to have to really hustle these UQ Bundaberg squad as they head down the back straight. 3:31 the time to beat. I think Hamilton Wheelers will pip them on this one. So Hamilton, they'll go into second place with a 3:32.565. So Hamilton Wheelers, they're through to the gold final. Next up, the Balmoral squad, Balmoral number 2. So nothing in it. There's only 0.9 of a second between Hamilton and UQ Bundaberg. So our second Balmoral squad out of the gates. Ollie Urry leading out. Max Edwards, Cam Franks and Oliver Jordan. Time to beat still sits with Hamilton Wheelers. 3:31, 6:48. So Urry brings them round. They go into second place. So they're in front of UQ Bundaberg, but behind Hamilton. So this is the ride to try and get into the gold final. So Edwards on the front. They've dropped back to third as they settle in. A long way to go. 10 laps still to go. Hands it over to Cam Franks on the front with 3 laps down. They still sit in third. They look composed though. So Franks on the front. Jordan waiting patiently. He was in fourth wheel. So 4 laps down, 8 to go as they come across the line. 1,000 metre mark, so still third, but there's still nothing in it. This is very close to both the Hamilton and UQ Bundaberg times. Jordan now on the front. Frank's just off the back a little bit there behind Edwards as Jordan brings them around. He settles in. Urry just a little bit off the wheel, so he tries to get back on terms. Oliver Jordan really driving it now. He swings up. Ollie Urry back on the front. So in third with 5 laps to go. Sorry, 6 laps to go, the halfway mark. Urry on the front. He's got Edwards for company. This is going to set up a great final no matter who's there. So Max Edwards still on the front. Urry just off the back now. So they might be down to 3. Urry's hustling. Edwards looks around. He swings up. He swung up too high. Urry's off the back. Edwards probably should have dropped in behind Jordan. The 2 on front. They don't know. They're only a team of 2 so far. So Urry's going to have to really hustle. They're in third spot, but they're in trouble. They've dropped their rider. There's only 2 of them with 3 laps to go. As Jordan and Franks just take off the pace a little bit. Urry making his way back. As they come through, Jordan slows it down. So in third spot with 2 laps to go. Urry has not given up. He's hustling to get back on terms with Jordan and Franks. The way this looks though, it might be a Hamilton Wheelers and UQ Bundaberg final. So Jordan and Franks on the front, they look around to try and find Urry. As the time ticks by, so we know our gold final, that'll be between Hamilton Wheelers and UQ Bundaberg as Balmoral 2 come across the line. They stop the clock with a 3:39.087. So Hamilton Wheelers setting the fastest time by 0.9 of a second over UQ Bundy. That'll be our gold final. Our bronze final will be between the Gold Coast and Balmoral. So good ride there from our under-17 boys. We head to our under-17 girls. And first up will be a combined Queensland of Georgia Dowling, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan, Matilda Kemps and Sienna Golding. No, sorry, we're only going to do a group of 3. So Matilda Kemps, Georgia Dowling and Hannah Walters. Okay, so our three riders, Hamilton Wheelers plus, so Hannah Walters and George Dowling from Hamilton Wheelers, plus Matilda Kemp. So you only need three riders at a state championship, but you still need to finish with three. As Hannah Walters, Georgia Dowling, and Matilda Kemps roll through. So this is the time they'll all need to beat. So I'm assuming there'll be another team come out with Elise Vaughan, Sienna Golding, and maybe Maddie Douglas Savage. So Walters across the line, 2 laps down. So 3 laps down. So it's still Walters on the front. She did a lot of pacemaking there. So she's our only under-17 rider. She hands it over to Dowling, who has shown massive improvement over the last couple of months. So Dowling on the front now. So 4 laps down, 8 to go. So Kemp's on the front now. Only a second time out at AMV with the pursuit bars on. As Kemps brings them through to the halfway mark. So 6 to go for our first team, Hamilton Wheelers Plus. So back on the front, Hannah Walters. So this is going to be the time for the remaining under-17 women's teams to beat. Four to go now for this team. Hannah Walters on the front. So Hannah Walters doing the lion's share of work for this young group of ladies. So we've got 3 laps to go. So this will be somewhere around that 3-minute 50 mark. Two laps to go now. Georgia Dowling on the front. They've kept it pretty smooth so far. They need to just hold on for another 500 metres. Dowling just off the back. She gets back on terms with Hannah Walters. Matilda Kemp's kick now. They want to go as fast as they possibly can to set a time to go to the gold final. 3:36. So they're doing about 17, 18 second laps. So this will be around about that mid-350s mark if they can keep it up. Kemp's on the front. As we roll around, Kemp's rolls up the track. Georgia Dowling comes across. It is a 3:55.086. Next out, it'll be the Gold Coast crew. So the Gold Coast team from the gate will be Winter Bradshaw, Adele Dixon, Bo Morfitt, and Hannah DiGiorgio. So with our Gold Coast team, head off in pursuit of the time of 3:55.086, set by the two Hamilton Wheelers riders with Matilda Camps. So Bradshaw on the front, followed by Dixon, Morfitt and DiGiorgio. So quick first lap by Winter Bradshaw. So they settle into their positions down the back straight. So Dixon on the front now. Team looking good. So they're still fastest after 500 metres. So Bo Morfitt coming from a try background, so this should be right up her alley. As she leads the team round, 3 laps down. They still hold that number 1 spot. So back onto the front is Hannah DiGiorgio. So DiGiorgio keeps them in that number 1 spot. The girls not going really high on the bends for their changeovers. They're not making the most of that banking. Doing very shallow changeovers. So back on the front though, Bradshaw. 7 laps to go. They're still in that number 1 position. So if they can beat the time of 3:55.086, they'll guarantee themselves a spot in the gold final with one more team to go. So as Dixon buries herself halfway there now. Still in that number 1 position with a 2:03. Very tight between that time and the time of Hamilton Wheelers plus. So now Morfitt, she kicks around 3 and 4. With 5 laps to go, we looked at the clock. Still in that spot, but it's going to be tight. There's nothing in it between Gold Coast and Hamilton Wheelers. DiGiorgio back on the front. Bradshaw looking settled in second wheel, as does Dixon. Morfitt looking good. DiGiorgio brings them through. 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres. They're going to have to kick. They're still in that front spot, but it's going to be close. 3:55 is not that far away. So I really want to hustle now. 3 laps to go as Bradshaw leads them through. 3:04. So they've got about 50 seconds to do these next 3 laps. So I'll need to do 17s at the very least. As Dixon puts the head down. 2 laps to go. 3:24, they're just in front. 30 seconds to do these last 2 laps. They're going to have to hustle. And Morfitt puts the pedal to the metal as they come round. They'll get the bell. 3:43. I don't know if they'll be able to get the time of 3:55. As Dixon is off the back, I think. DiGiorgio leads them through. They stopped the clock. They have gone second fastest in a 4:02, 4:32. So now we look to our final team. Which teams will be going to which final? So next up, it does look like we've got a team of Elise Vaughan, Maddie Douglas Savage and Sienna Golding. So our final under-17 girls team is off. They're looking to beat the time of a 3:55.086. They'll be led out by Elise Vaughan, followed by Douglas Savage and Golding. So short turn from Vaughan from the first lap. Second fastest so far, but they've got plenty of time to settle in. So Golding to the front now. We know how good she is individually. They go fastest so far. So they do need to beat the time of 4:02 to guarantee their gold final. Cross the line, so still Golding on the front and they're fastest. So Golding, the strategy, keep her out there for as long as possible. 4 laps down, 8 to go. They're still in that fastest spot. So with 7 laps to do, so it's still Golding on the front. She's been out there for 3 laps so far. So Golding still in the front at the halfway mark. They're still fastest. So Golding has been out there for a long time. So the strategy has been to get Sienna Golding to do most of the work as she hands it back to Elise Vaughan. Time's still looking good. So they come around, 4 to go. 1,000 metres to go, 2:36. Still on the front. So they come around with 3 laps to go. They'll hit about the 2:55 mark. So 2:56. So got plenty of time now to get through the gold final as Elise Vaughan hits the front. So Douglas Savage to the front with 2 to go. 3:16. So they want to set the fastest time. 3:55, the time to beat so far. They'll have to hustle if they want to beat that mark as they come through. They get the bell, so I'll need to do this one in under 19 seconds. I think that won't be a problem, but Golding has opened up the gap over Vaughan, so Vaughan really having to hustle. Douglas Savage on the back. This will be the fastest time. Just coming through. Clock didn't stop, but I think that was the quickest time. But they'll go through the gold final. They'll be up against the Hamilton Wheelers plus Matilda Kemp. So nothing in it though. There was only, if it was a second, I'm not sure. Next out, under 19 men, Cale Bunsley, Felix Crossman and Zachary Douglas Savage. And I reckon that looks like Will Emilias down there as well. But that might be Will Holzberger. I'm not sure if Cale Bunsley's in there. So it'll be Emilias, Douglas Savage, Holzberger and Crossman. As their under-19 team sets off, Douglas Savage is off, but they've carried on, so there's been no whistle. Is the race still on or not? I'm not sure. I think it's still on. There's been no whistle. So the race is still on. So the boys don't stop racing until you hear the whistle. So Crossman going to have to IP his way across. Douglas Savage letting the team down. He's a good kid, Zach Douglas Savage. So anyway, off we go. So Will Emilias, he's on the front. I reckon the sprinter probably only thought he'd have to do 1 or 2 laps, and now he's going to have to finish off another 10 on top of that. So it's Emilias, followed by Holzberger, followed by Crossman. So 8 to go. And so far, this under-19 men's team is behind the under-17 women's teams. So Emilias across the line with 7 to go. So Holzberger on the front now. Holzberger, Crossman, Emilias. And now I've just had a look at Will's setup. He doesn't even have pursuit bars on. So the plan was definitely a short burst from Will. I don't think he'll have any problem holding on. He's a determined young fella. As Holzberger brings them across the line with 5 to go. I think the lap counter and the timing board's quite matching up. So Crossman, he comes around. No lap counter this time around. The board says 17.50, but I think that was 4 to go. Oh, and it should have been 16 laps to start with anyway. High drama here with the under-19 team pursuit qualifying. So Holzberger on the front. So roll around, 6 laps to go now. So 10 laps down, 6 to go. So 5 laps to go now. It's Crossman on the front, followed by Emilias and Holzberger. I think Emilias is reconsidering this whole sprinting business. He might be down for pursuing. He looks very comfortable there in second wheel. So 4 laps to go. So Crossman back to the front. 3 to go. So Crossman looks like he's going to set the pace for maybe the rest of this pursuit final. Two to go, 500 metres for our under-19 boys. Holzberger to the front, Crossman on his wheel, Emilias on his. I'll get the bell this time around. Holzberger will lead him through on the bell lap. As the boys come through, they'll stop the clock for their 4,000 metres at a 5:07.282. Next out will be our under-19 women. This will be a team of Megan Moore, Neve Parslow, Bella Potts and April Paddy. So out of the gates for our under-19s, Paddy on the front, followed by Parslow, Bella Potts and Megan Moore. I'm pretty sure I saw Megan Moore on the podium at Muzz this morning. So she's backing up. So 4,000 metre team pursuit. So Parslow leads them through, 14 laps to go, 42 seconds for their first 500. So Potts on the front. She hands it over to Moore. Moore, a very established pursuit rider. So April Paddy leading them through. Well, 11 laps to go. At the 1250 metre mark, a 1:35. So not a bad time by the ladies. So Bella Potts on the front. Megan Moore in second wheel. Then it's April Paddy and Neve Parslow with 9 laps to go. So they come around to be Megan Moore on the front. 8 laps to go, so they're halfway done. 2:28. So at this pace, they'll definitely beat the under-19 boys. We can frame that one. April Paddy on the front. She leads them through with 7 to go. So Paddy, her stint done. April Paddy showing good improvement over the last couple of months as well. Now Parslow on the front. 6 to go. Parslow hands it back to Potts. So rapid fire turns with Parslow on the front. Potts now. She'll have done a lap. Very quickly back onto the wheel of Parslow. Megan Moore. She'll drag through Parslow and Potts. She's a beast at the pursuit. 4 laps to go. Parslow leads them through with 3 to go. Next up, we'll have a few sprint events to give the team pursuiters a bit of a breather before they go to their finals. As we come close to the end of this under-19 women's team pursuit with 2 laps to go. Megan Moore leading him through, lap and a half to go now. So they come into the front straight. 1 lap to go, 4:31. So I want to break that 5-minute mark. They should do, should come in maybe high 4s, 4:40 something. Megan Moore brings them around turn 3 and 4. They come towards the line. They stop the clock at a 4:48, 3:49. we move into our junior handheld 1 lap TT. And Andy Moore, you can always rely on him. That was a new Queensland Championship record for the team pursuit, beating the old mark of a 4:53.39. The girls have gone 4:48.349, so well done to Megan Moore, Neve Parslow, April Paddy and Bella Potts. Championship record, well done. As Edmund Bates, sorry to ignore you, Edmund, as he does his 1 lap TT. For his 1 lap, he crossed the line with a 34.746. So quite an achievement from those under 19 ladies. Next up will be Amelia Klein. So Amelia Klein off the line from Bundaberg Cycling Club. She's aiming to beat the time of our under 9 rider, Edmund Bates, who set a time of 34.746. As Klein comes into the front straight, stops the clock. I think that was around about the 30-second mark. So Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington off the line. He wants to beat the time. About 30 seconds flat. You can hear the call from the infield. Yep. So Henderson, Cunnington coming around turn 3 and 4 like a rocket. This will be the new time to beat. Stops the clock at a 25.799. Next out, Milan Klein. He will look to beat the time of Whitfield at 25.799. So Milan Klein off the line in this 1 lap TT, trying to beat the time of Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington to 25.799. Klein, the young man from Bundaberg. Second fastest so far to the first 125. He's going to have to hustle around turn 3 and 4. The time of Whitfield will slip by, so Klein will go second with a 27.508. So good 1 lap speed from Whitfield so far. So Sonny Morfitt takes off from the line. Time to beat is still with Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington. 25.799. So looking pretty fast so far. Can he come across the line? So he wants to beat the time of Whitfield. Oh, just goes in front with a 25.754. Okay, here we go. Larkins off the line. Looks like he's pushing a 400 inch the way he's carrying on off the line there. So Larkins from University of Queensland. Time to beat is Sonny Morfitt at 25.754. 14 seconds, so he goes fastest for the first half a lap. Now he starts to move it along, Larkins. Into the front straight, all those golden locks flying, goes to 23.478. Next out, Evie Rose, Henderson, Cunnington. Very, very quick over one lap. I think Judd throwing the chuckers to Riley King up in the grandstand. Adam King's up there. He's going to take the chuckers for himself. Evie Rose, Henderson, Cunnington, out of the blocks. Oh, just slips a pedal. Going to have to clip back in. So Henderson, Cunnington back on track. That'll take a bit of bite out of her time. Down the back straight though. 15.944. She'll want to come back from there. She's flying around 3 and 4. I think without that pedal mishap, she would have done extremely well. The 25.280. I'm 100% confident she would have beat Larkins on that. So our final rider will be Imogen Kemps from Bundaberg. After Kemps, we'll head into our graded sprint matchups. As Kemps gets out of the gate, so she'll be the second last rider. Sorry, I just see Isla Tompkinson down there. She'll take to the board shortly for her one-lap TT. So Kemp's looking very good over this first half a lap. She goes second fastest so far. Got great leg speed like her brother Cruz. Heads across the line. Goes second fastest with a 24.117. So Tompkinson, our final rider out. So Tompkinson off the line, a little bit hesitant, but she gains momentum. Heading around turn 1 and 2. So time to beat still sits with Larkins at 23.478. Goes 5th fastest, but she's gaining momentum. Isla Tompkinson, she heads around 3 and 4 into the front straight, and she'll stop the clock with a 25.716. So our first sprint matchup looks like it will be between Mitchell Louis and Seb Topping. So Topping will lead this one off. Mitchell Louis just stalking the back wheel of Seb Topping. All right, so Topping starts to wind things up. Louis starting to taunt his back wheel, forces Topping into starting the sprint early as they get down in the sprinters lane. Louis onto the back wheel of Topping, Topping out of the saddle now as Louis goes up, gets the momentum from the boards, down in the sprinters lane, catches the back of Topping, flies by like a fighter jet on that back straight. Round they come into the front straight, Topping sits up, Louis on cruise control. So good ride there from Mitchell Louis, just getting the best of Seb Topping. Next up, looks like it might be Cater Smalley and Will Emilius. Well, the boys toddle onto the track. Big thanks to Michael Keatman, champion commissaire, an all-around good guy. He nods in agreement, but it's true. Big thanks to all the Oz Cycling crew. We'll be back at Anamir's late March for the National Championships, kicking off with the Elites. Masters. Masters will go first, warm up the track a little bit. Then we'll head into the Elites and the Juniors will finish it off. Tickets are on sale now. I think you can get early bird tickets up until tonight, or maybe it's tomorrow night. Some significant discounts there to buy your passes early. So Smalley will lead out Emilias. So not a bad pace in that first half a lap. Emilias, having completed the team pursuit, now out there doing some sprints. As they start to wind up down that back straight, look how low Emilias is getting. Cater opens up the sprint. Cater Smalley down the front straight, gets the bell, not much in it. Here comes Emilias onto the back wheel, down the back straight as he kicks over the top. Smalley trying to go with him. Will Emilias around the outside, into the front straight. Emilias. He is one cool cat. Took it to the end. Next out on track. Chris Mullins up against Oscar Winchester. So Winchester to lead this one out over Mullins. Winchester just takes the pace a little bit, takes the pace out of it a little bit as they complete their first half a lap. Winchester doing some good things, hasn't been into track cycling all that long. Definitely seems to have found his feet in track sprinting as Mullins drops in underneath Winchester. He wants to take control of this one. Classic move from Jerry O'Connell. Get the control the front wheel of your opponent and you're halfway there. So now sprint opens up down the front straight, shoulder to shoulder as they head into 1 and 2. Winchester, he's got a lot of work to do, but he'll get the run down the back straight. Mullins now out of the saddle. Round they go, 3 and 4. Mullins hits the afterburn as he switches off. Mullins will come through with the win. Next up, it'll be Rory Fisk and Adam Clark. So Rory Fisk will lead this one out over Clarkey. It's a good young man, Rory Fisk. So Fisk and Clark. Soden Clark just sliding in underneath Rory Fisk there. Going to get control of that young man's front wheel as they head around with 2 laps to go. Clarkey, a big supporter of juniors in racing, does a lot of work with the UQ team. Getting junior riders comfortable on the track and getting them fast. Sprint's open, so from the sprinters lane, both out of the saddle. Fisk still out of the saddle as they settle down now into turns 1 and 2. Onto the wheel of Clark. He gets back out down the back straight. Clark accelerates again as they go around 3 and 4. Fisk is still coming around the outside. Clarkey rolls across the line. Takes the win. Next up, I think that might be Olivia Wright. And maybe Ella Liang. Oh, sorry, Emma Stevens and Ella Liang. So Liang will lead this one out. So Liang and Stevens, 2 QAS riders. Very cagey in this opening couple of metres. So just beyond walking pace, I think, for this first half a lap. Can't come to a stop within the first half a lap. Stevens just across that line. As the pace comes up, just a fraction as they head around 3 and 4. So still Liang on the front. Stevens now getting some height from the boards. She's going to go early, a lap and a half. As Liang responds, sprints into the sprinters lane. They're going to go side by side down the front straight. This will be a good battle. Stevens having to go back up the board. She wants to get some more speed to get back on the wheel with Liang. She's about a bike length off. This will be a good battle to the line. Stevens going to have to go the long way around. Can she get over the top of Liang? Liang will hold on to this one, I think. Just across the line. Good ride there from Ella Liang. Force Stevens to move up the boards and try and get some extra pace. Came out with the biscuits. Next out, I think this will be Anthony Lane and Chris Lang maybe. So Anthony Lane, he'll lead this one out. He's not a bad guy. He'll lead out Chris Lang, doing his best Pink Panther impression for this afternoon. So the new Choice Homes kit, I think. Looks pretty sharp. So Anthony Lane leading out Chris Lang. So as the pace builds after their first lap out, so Lang up close to the fence. He wants to try and get as much advantage as he can. Did a negative split for his flying two. Went much faster in his second 100. Anthony Lane across the line leads out Chris Lang into the sprinters lane. They finally go. Lang with a bit of work to do down that back straight as Anthony Lane gets out of the saddle. Look at Lang coming. He's flying down that back straight around 3 and 4. Anthony Lane will have to hold on. He won't. Chris Lang takes the win. So good wind up there from Chris Lang. Next out, I think this will be Flynn Jensen, I think, on the front, and Sandra Stoy. So young Flynn Jensen, he'll lead out Sandra Stoy. So KG, Flynn Jensen on the under 17 gear, so restricted to 7 metre rollout. Sandra Stoy, she's on open gears. Sandra just slips underneath Flynn as he was looking over his right shoulder. She took the opportunity to slide underneath. She wants to lead this one from the front. So Jensen back underneath Stoy though. There's the bell. It's been a fairly sedate affair so far, but Stoy accelerates. Flynn Jensen going to need to come back as Sandra Stoy back over the bars, down the back straight. So Jensen with a lot of work to do. Can he come back? Stoy still accelerating. Jensen coming back, but Sandra Stoy will take the win. Next up, Olivia Wright and Julie Barnett. So Olivia Wright to lead this one out over Julie Barnett. So very, very sedate first half of a lap. Comms just keeping an eye on that. You do have to do at least walking pace. So still Olivia on the front. Jules looks like she's quite happy following at this stage. Now Julie accelerates as Wright went to go up the boards. Julie went in underneath. Takes control of the sprinters lanes. They head down the back straight. Jules just coming out of the sprinters lane there. I'm not sure it impeded Olivia Wright as they come down the front straight. Julie Barnett will take the win. So next out, I think that'll be Glyn Catherall and maybe Rory Fisk again. If I'm not mistaken, and then haven't seen Lauren Perry back out yet. So it will be Glyn Catherall on the front. Rory Fisk, glutton for punishment. He's going to go again. Still smiling though. So Catherall to lead this one out. Fisk definitely getting a workout in the legs this afternoon. Got a graded tempo coming up next before we head into our finals for the pursuits. So Catherall leading this one out here at Anna-Mears this afternoon. Last round of the AMV track series for 2026 before we go to Nationals in March. So Catherall coming around the top. Fisk right onto his wheel. So they get the bell. Catherall opens up the sprint. Rory Fisk following in that wheel. His legs must be screaming. He's already been out there. Had a match up against Adam Clark. So Fisk is nearly coming onto the back of Catherall's wheel. Had to catch my breath twice that time. Rory Fisk will get the win though. Next up, Winchester's going to come out for another hit around AMV as well. And Lauren Perry. I was wondering where Lauren had got to. So good experience for Oscar Winchester, the under-17 rider. Coming up against Lauren Perry. Certainly a good way to sharpen up the skills. Thanks for the update on the record. It's like any more champion. Yeah. I watched it the other night and I'm like, that soundtrack's got to go on the list. So Winchester on the front. So Lauren Perry just stalking Winchester a bit. Winchester just biding his time. Now Perry swoops. Catches Winchester napping a little bit. He's going to have to hustle here. Perry on the front. She's in prime position. Winchester trying to come around the outside. Down the back straight. Perry out of the saddle again. Winchester, though, comes around the outside. Winchester with the power around the outside. A good win there for the young man from Balmoral. So next out, a graded tempo, 20 laps. I don't think we'll have quite the rider lineup that's in the program, but we'll have a look and see who's out there. So tempo, that looks like Felix Crossman on the front, followed by Sealy Cunnington. Then Courtney McGowan. Then Karsten Rickard. And Rory Fisk, he's back out there again. So Crossman leads them through with 19 to go. So we'll see Felix Crossman back out in the team pursuits a little bit later as well. So still Crossman on the front with 18 to go. So no change in the order here. Still Crossman, Sealy Cunnington, McGowan, Rickard, and Fisk as Crossman finally goes off the front, jumps onto the wheel of Fisk. So Sealy Cunnington rolls through. She flicks the elbow, hands it over to McGowan. Now Rickard starting to make a move at the front. So we'll get the scoreboard showing Rickard with 1 point. So he goes through again. On the front, Sue goes to 2. Now Rory Fisk on the front with 12 to go. Fisk will collect a point. He's going to stay on the front too. Crossman looks like he might want to change things at the front after this one. With 11 to go, Fisk will collect another point. He'll go equal at the top with Karsten Rickard. So it's Crossman, Sealy Cunnington, McGowan, Rickard, Fisk. So Crossman across the line, he'll collect a point. As Rickard just drops off the back. Crossman might go on a spree now. He'll go to 2 points with 10 to go. So Sealy Cunnington just working to stay on the wheel of Crossman. There's a little gap opening up. As Crossman collects another, he'll go to 3 in the top of the scoreboard. That gap just opens up a tiny bit more. No one got the legs to chase. Rory Fisk might do it though, if anyone can. So Crossman on the front, he'll collect another with 8 laps to go. He'll go to 4. He flicks up. He'll drop in behind Rory Fisk. So Fisk will get another one. He'll go to 3. Crossman rolls back through again with 6 laps to go. Crossman on 4, Fisk on 3. Rickard out of the race now, so his points disappear. Crossman gets another one. He'll go to 5. So Crossman again, he's opened up that gap to Fisk as well. So this is IP time for Felix Crossman with 4 laps to go. He's on 6. If he collects this one, he's unbeatable anyway. So he gets one more. That'll take him to 7. That'll give him the win as well. He'll roll on with it. So big gap there to Rory Fisk, and then the chasing pack of Sealy Cunnington and McGowan. Another one for Crossman across the line. He goes to 8. He'll get the bell this time round, Felix Crossman. Next up, we'll go into our team pursuit finals. As Crossman looks around over his left shoulder. I'm not sure if he's going to give it to Fisk. Just doing enough to stay on the front, I think. So Crossman cruises across the line with a dominant win with 10 points. Well done, Felix. Going to warm the legs up nicely for his team pursuit a little later on. So next out on track, Our Masters Men 150 plus Pursuit Gold final. 8 laps, Cam Douglas Savage, Richard Watson, Matty Wynn, Martin Edwards. Looks like we won't have Richard Watson though. It'll be Cam Douglas Savage, Martin Edwards and Matty Wynn. So to state champs, you can have 3 people in the team pursuit. All 3 must finish. But when you go to nationals, you must have a team of 4 and finish with at least 3. New regs, big thanks to Todd Smith for having a look at that this morning. So our men's masters 150 plus are on their way. Matty Wynn leading out Cam Douglas Savage and Martin Edwards. 8 laps of Anime's Velodrome. This is the gold final. So as long as all 3 riders stay on the track, they're taking home a bit of bling. So Cam looking pretty comfortable on the front. So Edwards to the front now with 6 laps to go. First 500 in a 47 seconds. So Matty Wynn back on the front, 5 laps to go, 3 down. So first 750 in 106. Next up, we will have our men's masters open. But on the front, Douglas Savage with 4 to go, so they're halfway there. Martin Edwards now back on the front. 3 laps to go for the team of Edwards, Wynn and Douglas Savage. Matty Wynn leads them through. 500 metres to go. 2 laps. This is our final round of the AMV track series for 2026. Finishing now with our team pursuits. Still got a bit of graded racing later on. There's the bell though. Final lap for our team of 3. Douglas Savage, Martin and Wynn. Edwards and Wynn. Martin Edwards and Matty Wynn. So they come across the line and they stop the clock in a 2:44.983. Next out on track will be our Men's Masters Open. This will be the gold final as well. 16 laps. Chris Weir, Chris Myatt, Craig O'Connell and Peter Noel. You can see Jay Doraboom out there though. Chris Myatt's out there. Chris Weir will be on the front. Then it'll be Doraboom. Copy, thank you. So Jay Doraboom slotting in place of Peter Noel. So Chris Weir out of the gates, followed by Myatt, Doraboom and O'Connell. So Chris Weir brings them around. First lap done in a 24.377. So Myatt on the front now. He hands it over to Jay Doraboom. "13 laps to go." So 59 seconds for the first 3 laps. So O'Connell on the front. So quarter way done. Chris Weir rolls up. He hands it over to Myatt. Look pretty well oiled for a bunch of 4 that probably don't do this very often. So Myatt hands it over to Doraboom. Nine laps to go, and it's Jay Doraboom who leads them through. He hands it over to O'Connell. So halfway done, 8 laps to go. O'Connell on the front. Boys looking pretty sharp out there. O'Connell hands it over to Weir. Seven laps to go now. Chris Weir still on the front. He hands it over to Chris Myatt. Then it's Jay Doraboom and Craig O'Connell. Six laps to go now for the boys. 1,500 metres as Doraboom heads back to the front. After this one, we'll head to our Masters Women. So it looks like the tempo's gone up just a little bit with Craig O'Connell on the front. boys starting to stamp the pedals a bit. 4 laps, 1 kilometre to go. So Chris Weir on the front. So Weir with 3 to go. He'll hand it over to Myatt. He's wearing that Billy's kit. Don't forget, Billy does training on a Tuesday night here at Anime's Velodrome. I think it's at 7 o'clock that kicks off. 2 laps to go now, so Myatt on the front. I think the boys have gotten faster as this pursuit has gone on. So Myatt will lead him through. He gets the bell. They've just lost Chris Weir off the back. They only need to finish with 3 though, so that's fine. O'Connell just struggling to hold on to Doroboom's wheel. Myatt has really set the pace on this last couple of laps. As they come across the line, they stop the clock in a 4:51, 4:63. Next out on track, Barnett, McGowan, Stoy, and Mel Simon. So out of the gates for Julie Barnett, she's got Courtney McGowan on her wheel. Then it's Mel Simon and Sandra Stoy. And Barnett off to an absolute flyer once again. She has a quick look over her left-hand shoulder. Wants to make sure all the girls are with her. So Jules, just in the sprint bars, she wants to get them out to a fresh start. 1 lap down at 23.978. Jules out there like this is a team sprint. So that's it. Jules did the first 2 laps. She lets them all through. McGowan now takes to the front. She's got Simon on her wheel and then Stoy. So 16 laps for the Masters women. Sorry, 5 laps I think I just read on the board. So just an 8-lap race. So they're halfway done there this time around then. As Simon hands it over to Stoy. So 3 laps to go this time around. Sandra Stoy on the front, Mel Simon and Courtney McGowan. So just 2 laps to go now. So Mel Simon on the front. She'll lead them through to get the bell. Julie Barnett, she's done. Work done for her, the first two. There's the bell. So Mel Simon leads through Sandra Stoy, Courtney McGowan on this 8-lap Women's Masters Open team pursuit. They'll come across to stop the clock. They stop it in a 2:39.890. So we head into our under 17 men. So this is our 5th place right off. This will be the Balmoral team of Urry, Velasquez, Henderson and Richardson. So out of the gates for Seb Urry, he's got Henry Velasquez on his wheel, followed by Felix Henderson and Paddy Richardson. So 12 laps for our under 17 men. So this Balmoral crew made up of Henry Velasquez in under 17s, and a trio under 15s in Felix Henderson, Paddy Richardson and Seb Urry. So Velasquez just upping the tempo. As he comes around with 9 laps to go. So the first 750 metres in a 1:04. So in their qualifying, they did a 3:56. So we'll see if they can go one better. 8 laps to go. So Richardson on the front. Looks like they've got a good tempo going. They just missed out on going to the bronze final by 3 seconds. So Sebi Urry, he's out now. His work is complete. So Velasquez on the front. 5 laps to go. So this is for 5th place. So they're not fighting for a medal at the minute. But can they go better than their 3:56 that they did in qualifying? 4 laps to go. They might be on pace here if they can keep up what they've been doing so far. So Henderson on the front. 3 laps to go. 3 minutes flat. So it looks like they're on track to beat their qualifying time. So they roll around this time with Richardson on the front. 2 laps to go. 3:19. Can they beat their qualifying time of a 3:56? Hard to go faster on your second effort in an IP or a TP. They get the bell this time around. 3:38. Have to really hustle now if they want to see if they can beat their time from qualifying. Round they come, this Balmoral team. They'll stop the clock. 3:56.855, so almost identical time. So a bronze medal ride-off between the Gold Coast and Balmoral. So out of the gates for the Gold Coast will be Riley Dixon. For Balmoral, Max Edwards. So this for the bronze medal. Both teams looking to improve on their qualifying. Dixon looking pretty settled. Max Edwards looking settled for Balmoral. That's Balmoral with a slight advantage. Or slight 1.8 seconds on that first lap. As they come through, Gold Coast did set a very consistent pace during their qualifying run, but Balmoral, they go to 1.97, so nearly 2 seconds over the first 2 laps as Oliver Urry moves to the front for Balmoral and Ulla Rickard onto the front for the Gold Coast. Now Cam Frank's on the front and they look to extend that lead. They go out to 2.2 seconds. The chase is on. So for the Gold Coast now, it's Pocock. He hands it over to McEwen. The Balmoral team almost in the same straight as Cam Franks is on the front. He flicks over. He hands it over to Jordan. So just off the back, Max Pocock, he's just dropped the wheel of Ulla Rickard. As McEwen ups the tempo, he wanted to slot in there. Oh, he's missed the slot, the Gold Coast rider. He's gone all the way to the back behind Pocock. So Dixon and Rickard, they're on the front. They don't know there's a 5-metre gap. So Dixon looks around, realises that he's lost a couple of his teammates. Now Edwards powering through for Balmoral. They can see it now. Balmoral, you can see the tempo rise. This is for a bronze medal in the team pursuit. Edwards chasing them down. He flicks up. He hands it over to Urry. This will be a reward for all of Urry's work. Ollie Urry, he's going to make the catch. So Urry makes the catch. Balmoral will take the bronze medal. Our gold final between Hamilton Wheelers and the UQ Bundaberg team. Out of the gates for Hamilton Wheelers, Harry Dowling. Out of the gates for UQ Bundaberg will be Cruz Kemps. 0.9 of a second between these two in qualifying. This is for the gold. As the cry goes out, yep, as both teams off. So Hamilton Wheelers had a more consistent time over the 12 laps. Cruz Kemps gets them off to a flyer as the UQ Bundaberg team all settle in. Kemps on the front. They've opened up a little bit of a gap over Hamilton Wheelers. It's 0.8 of a second. So 1 lap down. There's nothing between them as they roll through. So Dowling still in the front. For UQ, it'll be Larkins on the front now. As Hamilton Wheelers just in front, 0.25. So Dowling with a couple of flying laps to kick off. So King on the front for Hamilton Wheelers. Larkins on the front for UQ Bundaberg. King absolutely screaming along that front straight. 0.65 of a second in favour of Hamilton Wheelers. Down the back straight, Parslow on the front. It's Hunter Davis on the front for UQ Bundaberg. So they come through, 4 laps down. So Hamilton with an advantage of 0.9 of a second. They've come out of the blocks, firing the Hamilton Wheelers. Now Hunter Davis on the front. So Jacob Cork, he pushes. The gap's out to 2 seconds. Hamilton Wheelers are flying. Bradshaw on the front now for UQ Bundaberg. He kicks off. The gap's still out there, 2.2. Dowling back on the front for Hamilton Wheelers. They're still intact. They've got 4 riders. On the front for UQ Bundaberg is Cruz Kemps. He's followed by Larkins and Davis. Hamilton Wheelers, though, they've got this one locked in at the moment. They've got about 3 seconds, I think, 2.9. As they come around, next time around, they'll only have 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre. So these UQ Bundaberg riders are going to have to hustle if they're going to make it. Elliot King, though, he's on the front. And the gap extends out 3.3 seconds. So Hamilton Wheelers have lifted dramatically. UQ comes through. UQ Bundaberg come through. Round comes Hamilton Wheelers. They'll get 3 laps to go. They've extended their lead by even more, I'd say, by the look of that. It's out to 3.1, so a little bit back in terms for UQ. I think this might be too late, though, with only 2.5 to go for Hamilton Wheelers. So Hamilton Wheelers coming through. They'll get 2 laps to go. They're on their way to a gold. So Cork peels off. Harry Dowling, he'll do the last lap and a half. They are well on their way. As they come round, Dowling will get the bell. They've got about 4 seconds over the UQ Bundaberg. 3.59. So Hamilton Wheelers, they're riding their way to a gold medal right now. Hamilton Wheelers coming around turn 3 and 4. Dowling will lead them through. Hamilton Wheelers, they'll take the gold for the under-17 team pursuit. Well done to the team of Harry Dowling, Elliot King, Jacob Cork and Aidan Parslow. So Larkins, Bradshaw, Kemps and Davis, they'll take the silver. Urry, Jordan, Edwards and Franks will take the bronze. So this is for the bronze. Bradshaw, Dixon, Morfitt and DeGiorgio. So a bronze medal ride and they're off. They've got this one sewn up. They just need to finish the 12 laps. Winter Bradshaw on the front, followed by Adele Dixon, Bo Morfitt and Hannah DeGiorgio. As girls come through to complete their second lap, it'll be Adele Dixon on the front. She leads through Bo Morfitt, Hannah DeGiorgio and Winter Bradshaw. So Morfitt leads them through now with 9 laps to go. They flew, yeah. So on the front, Winter Bradshaw. And just an update on those under-17 men. Billy Wright keeping some times. The UQ Bundaberg boys rode half a second quicker. But the Hamilton Wheelers team, they rode 4.5 seconds quicker. They absolutely destroyed their qualifying. So Morfitt comes through. With 6 laps to go, they're halfway there. As our bronze ride-off continues, Morford on the front for the Gold Coast. She hands it over to Giorgio. So DiGiorgio leads them through with 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres. Winter Bradshaw back on the front now. So this is for the bronze medal for the under-17. This is a team entirely of under-15 riders, so they're having a good hit out. 3 laps to go now as Bradshaw on the front. So Morford will lead them through with 2 to go. So the boys, not only from Hamilton Wheelers, beating their qualifying time, that's a record as well. Beating a record championship from 2017 of Hugo Greenhill, James Moriarty, Ethan Vivers and Liam Walsh. So well done to those Hamilton boys. Beating the record by about a second, I think, from memory, looking at that. As our Gold Coast girls come through, this will be the finish, and that'll be the bronze medal for Winter Bradshaw, Adele Dixon, Bo Morford and Hannah DiGiorgio. So they're off out of the blocks. For our combined Queensland team, it'll be Elise Vaughan leading them out. For our Hamilton Wheelers plus Bundaberg, it'll be Hannah Walters leading them through. Elise Vaughan off to a very quick start over the first 125 metres. Dowling just a little bit off the back of Hannah Walters' wheel. She's going to have to hustle to get back. Douglas Savage now on front for the Queensland combined team. The girls in the black kit looking very slick over the first lap and a half. So Dowling still just trying to get back on terms with Walters. Dowling now to the front. Now Golding to the front of the Queensland combined team. She doesn't want to do the same thing. There's a gap to Elise Vaughan. So Golding's gone out hard, but she's opened a gap over Elise Vaughan. So the call goes out, slow it down. As Vaughan tries to get back on terms with Golding. They've got a good 20 metres over the Hamilton Wheelers team. But they're falling apart now, Dowling off the back. So now the combined team is back together. The Hamilton Wheelers Bundaberg team, they're back together. So we've gone past the halfway mark. Sorry, as we come up towards the halfway mark. 7 laps to go. So Golding stays on the front for the combined team. Hannah Walters on the front for that Hamilton Bundaberg team. 6 laps to go now. So Walters leads them through. The team of Golding, Douglas Savage and Vaughan getting closer, but the gap stays. So Douglas Savage on the front for the combined team. Dowling on the front for the Hamilton Bundaberg team. 4 laps to go for Queensland, the combined Queensland team as they come through. They're on the same straight now. They can just see the back wheel of that Hamilton Wheelers Bundaberg team. 3 laps to go. So round they go. Golding back onto the front. Kemp's on the front for Bundaberg Hamilton Wheelers. So definitely in the same straight. They might run out of laps though, but the Queensland combined team look like they're on their way to take the gold. They've got 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go now for Hamilton Wheelers Bundaberg. There's only about 30 or 40 metres between the two teams, but there's only a lap and a half to go for that Queensland combined team. Walters back on the front. She pushes through. They don't want to get caught. Vaughan gets the bell. 1 lap, 250 metres. Golding back on the front. Walters will lead them home for that Hamilton Wheelers Bundaberg team. They won't get caught, but the combined Queensland team, they'll come home with the gold medal. Across the line they go. And it's done. So good work there from the team of Golding, Douglas Savage and Vaughan. They'll take the gold. For the silver, it'll be Walters, Kemps and Dowling. And I like what I see out on track at the moment. We're going to do the under-19 boys versus the under-19 girls. So both teams have got a gold medal as long as they finish. So for the boys, it's Douglas Savage, Emilias, Holzberger and Crossman. The under-19 women set a new state record with their qualifying run. Good start out of the gates from Emilias, from Paddy also for the under-19 women. Good to see Zach Douglas Savage keeps his feet in the pedals this time. That's a rapid start from April Paddy on this first lap. Not a lot between the two teams. The boys just in front at the moment, 1.2 seconds. So Emilias on an absolute flyer. as Neve Parslow goes to the front for the under-19 women's team. Emilias, he might get his wish and only have to do 2 laps on this one. But he still persists. He's going to go a long distance. They're almost in the same straight, the under-19 boys. So they have got the bit between the teeth. Bella Potts onto the front now for the under-19 women. Will Emilias, he rolls up. He hands it over to Douglas Savage. Holzberger in his wheel. Then it's Crossman. They've got the under-19 ladies in their sight. Onto the front though, Megan Moore goes for the under-19 women. Then it's Douglas Savage. They're about 20 or 25 metres behind this under-19 team. So Douglas Savage, Holzberger, Crossman, they come up on the back of the under-19 women. They've both got gold medals. And that's it. That's the catch. So it's run and done in 5 laps. So both teams will get the gold medal. I'm sure I saw a red flag out there for court, but... So they carry on. Douglas Savage out there doing an IP effort. So the girls are looking to do a quicker time. So I'm not sure if that means the boys need to stay out or not. But anyway, so this may hinder the under-19 girls because now they'll have to go around the outside of the under-19 boys. So they've been red flagged. So that's the finish of our state championships with the team pursuits run and done. We'll have presentations at the end of this afternoon. Next out, we'll do a junior handicap, 5-lap handicap. So we're going to do a carnival-style handicap for our junior riders. That'll be Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington, Milan, Klein, Sonny Morfitt, Judd Larkins, Evie Rose, Henderson, Cunnington, and Imogen Kemps. So the riders will be positioned around the track. Then we'll get a rider's attention and the whistle, and they'll be off. So a 5-lap handicap. So the riders will get some holders out on the track. Flynn Larkins with the fashion trend of the century, skin suit, lycra and work boots. Watch out, ladies. So Larkins will be off scratch. Henderson Cunnington looks like she'll be off around the 10 metre mark. Kemps will roll around. She's going to be off about 30 by the look of that. Then around the other side of the track, Milan Klein, he's going to be off 80. Whitfield off 100. And Sonny Morfitt, he'll be there somewhere in the middle, probably around the 40 or 50 metre mark, 40 by the look of it. So no Milan Klein on this one. Oh no, Milan's out there, sorry. Riders, attention. So a 5-lap handicap, Larkins from scratch, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington from 10. This will be a great battle. Whitfield, Henderson Cunnington. He's at the front. He's out of the saddle. He's got the bit between the teeth. Young Whitfield. Look at him go. I haven't seen him go this fast all weekend. Henderson Cunnington on the front as they all come together at the back. But Henderson Cunnington, he's extended his lead. He's got 3.5 to go. Now comes through Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington. Larkins going with her. Kemp's going with her as they all join together around 3 and 4. Whitfield with 3 to go. Here comes Evie Rose. Here comes Imogen Kemps. Here comes Larkins. They're all together as they go round 1 and 2. So Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington on the front. 2.5 to go. Followed by Imogen Kemps. Larkins in 3rd. Then comes Sonny Morfitt. He's bridged the gap. Then it's Whitfield, Henderson Cunnington and Milan Klein. 2 laps to go. So they're all back together. This is a 2-lap scratch now. And they've left Evie Rose on the front. So who will be the first to move? 1.5 to go. Kemps is going to move. Larkin's going to try and follow Kemps, but Evie Rose, I think she'll accelerate again. There goes Kemps. Larkins goes with her. So Sonny Morfitt, he's on the Larkins wheel. Larkins begins his acceleration down the back straight. He goes over the top of Kemps. Morfitt goes over the top of Kemps. So they come around 3 and 4. It'll be Larkins through. Then Sonny Morfitt, Imogen Kemps, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington, Milan Klein, and Whitfield, Henderson Cunnington. Next up, a couple of sprint derbies. So moving into our sprint derbies. Doesn't look like anyone's too keen on coming out to do these sprint derbies. We might get a rider, we might not. Pretty sure the comms would like to go home at some stage today. So good news from the team pursuits. The under-19 women setting a state record, as did the under-17 men. So not a bad day out at Adamir's Velodrome. tried ringing him, I tried Jen, I tried Shonny, and I'm like, who else is down there that I can call? So yeah, mate, they're the only responsible one down there. Thank you, sir. All right, legend. Thanks, mate. I'll talk to you later. See you, mate. All right, I think we're nearly back in business. I think. All right, here we go. Will Emilias up against Mitchell Louis. Emilias, the ultimate all-rounder today. So Emilias will lead this one out over Mitchell Louis. Louis unstoppable today so far. So pretty casual so far from the boys. As Louis just slips underneath and to the front. He's going to go early by the look of it. Going to try and make Emilias make a run on him. Emilias really messing with Louis here though. Louis doing all the guesswork. Bell's gone. Half a lap to go. Now Emilias gets into that draft of Mitchell Louis. He's not too far off the back. He's going to have to come a long way around though as Louis accelerates. He pushed him all the way to the line. Mitchell Louis will take the win. Next up, Cater Smalley and Seb Topping. So Topping to lead this one out. He'll lead out Cater Smalley. So Topping leads up towards the fence. Can't stop on that first half a lap. So no track standing. I think you can only do 2 track stands per race. So Topping, just keeping a good eye on Cater Smalley. Cater right up on the fence as he starts to accelerate down the back straight. Lap and a half to go. He's going to try and get Topping to lead it out. As Smalley, seated acceleration around 3 and 4. Topping goes. Smalley trying to come around the outside. They're both out of the sprinters lane. So they come around to 3 and 4. I think Topping might have this one sewn up. So Topping gets it over Smalley. Next up, it'll be Mullins and Clark. So Mullins will lead out Clark on this one. So Clark just moves in front of Mullins. Clark wanting to wind this one up a little bit. So Mullins back on the front as the pace kicks. Clark back on the front now. He accelerates from a lap and a half to go. Into the home straight. They'll get the bell as they come through. There's the bell. As Clark comes through. Down the back straight. So it's Clark still in front of Mullins. Mullins coming back though. As they come around turn 4. Mullins on the outside. I think Clark might have just got that one. Hey. Yeah, I was trying to get one of you to change your numbers because you only had the one on the back. So, yeah, all good. Love you, mate. Bye. So Mullins did get that win over Clark. This will be Emma Stevens and Lauren Perry. So Stevens will lead this one out. This is heat 6 in the program. We'll head back to heat 4 after this. So Stevens in control. Staying nice and low. We haven't gone even above the black line so far. Stevens opens up the sprint from a lap and a half to go. Perry finally gets some height on the boards. There's the bell as they go through. So Perry stalking Stevens from the back. Perry goes around the outside. Lauren Perry around the outside of Emma Stevens. They go through 3 and 4. Stevens sits up. Lauren Perry will get the win. Next up, Oscar Winchester and Rory Fisk. So Rory Fisk makes his way to the fence. He'll face off against Oscar Winchester. So Rory Fisk out on the track for about the 400th time today. Close. So Fisk will lead out Winchester. So pretty cagey from the two young fellas. Winchester nearly coming to a standstill. I thought Fisk might have gone on with it. Then he had Winchester all tied up as they come together on the front straight. So with 2 laps to go, the cat and mouse continues. So Fisk continues to lead this one out. They'll get the bell this time around. There it is, right on cue. So Fisk will lead them out. Fisk opens up the gap to Winchester, so he's going to have a lot of work to do down that back straight. He's very quick, but he's still got a lot of work to do to get on top of Rory Fisk. Rory coming around turn 3 and 4. Fisk will take the win. Next out on track, that'll be Sandra Stoy and Chris Lang. This will be heat 7. We'll go back to heat 5. That'll be the last one up. So Chris Lang will lead this one out. He'll be followed by Sandra Stoy. So Chris Lang, he had a good win against Anthony Lane earlier on. What's he got in store for Sandra Stoy? Sandra slips in underneath. So Chris Lang just getting Sandra Stoy to dive. He's got what he wanted. He's going to go up high. Now Sandra's going to have to go. They get the bell. Chris Lang absolutely flying today. He goes around the outside around 1 and 2. Stoy gets out of the saddle. Watches Chris Lang go by. Lang goes around 3 and 4. Chris Lang will take the win. Through a dummy, Sandra took it. Gave Chris everything he needed to take that victory. Next up, Flynn Jensen and Anthony Lane. So Flynn Jensen will lead out Anthony Lane. So very casual for this first half a lap between Jensen and Lane. So Lane on the front with 2 laps to go. So a bit of cat and mouse on that back straight. Jensen coming up on the inside of Lane. So come around, they'll get the bell this time around. So Jensen, he takes off. Anthony Lane winds it up. Jensen way over those bars down the back straight as Anthony Lane charges around 3 and 4. Jensen with the elbows out. Jensen holds on with the throw though, loses his visor. Must have been some power behind that one. Next up, Rory Fisk will be taking on, I think that looks like Julie Barnett. So Fisk for the 401st time now. So Rory heads off. Julie Barnett will give chase. So good pace on that first lap. He got the win over Winchester earlier. Can Rory Fisk do the double against a Masters World Champion in Julie Barnett? Down they come side by side in the front straight. And Rory is on fire today. He goes around the outside of Jules. Down the back straight, Rory Fisk. He'll come home to take another one. So next up, our final sprint matchup will be between Olivia Wright and Glyn Catherall. I don't think it's a final one. I think we'll still have Ella Liang and Oscar Winchester. So Olivia Wright leads out Glyn Catherall. So to a crawl as they head around 1 and 2. This would be pushing the limits of the walking speed, I reckon. So half a lap done. So they continue at this pace, which would only be around about 9 or 10 kilometres, I reckon, an hour. Now Olivia hustles along a little bit more. So Olivia Wright leads out Glyn Catherall. Lap and a half to go. Catherall really starting to wind up down that back straight, forcing Wright to accelerate to stay on the front. She gets out of the saddle. Glyn gets out of the saddle as well as they go round 1 and 2. Catherall and Wright side by side as they head down the back straight at Enemies Velodrome. Round the outside, so Catherall, he'll get the run down the front straight. Glyn Catherall will take the win. Next up, our final matchup will be Oscar Winchester and Ella Liang. So Winchester away, he's got Liang for company. Winchester already been up against Fisk earlier on. So Liang is keeping Winchester up nice and close to the fence. So there's the battle, shoulder to shoulder. So heading to turn 1 and 2. Liang just keeping Winchester up high. They're still shoulder to shoulder as they go down the back straight. Liang holding onto the sprinters lane. Winchester, though, might have the advantage coming to that front straight. Winchester will take the win. So next up, graded mystery points. Points awarded on 10, 5 and 0. And they'll be between 1 to 5 points will be awarded. As we look over, so it'll be Sebastian Ari, Georgia Dowling, Pat Richardson, Hicks Henderson, Bo Morfitt, Matilda Kemps, Winter Bradshaw, Hannah DeGiorgio. I think that's Maddie Douglas Savage there in the pink helmet. It is, and Isla Tompkinson. So points awarded at 10, 5 and 0. So Sebastian Ari leads them through with 13 laps to go. So Velasquez, he's decided he's going to go long range. Straight onto his tail, Richardson, Henderson, Kempson, Bradshaw coming as well. They go around the outside of Ari. So Velasquez has a look around. Richardson, he doesn't want to go. Now he sees Henderson. So Henderson makes a move. Morfitt making a huge move around the outside. Has anyone got the legs to go over Felix Henderson? Morfitt just runs into a wall there. Henderson, he'll get the first mystery points. So you go 5 points for Henderson, 3 for Kemps, 2 for Bradshaw and 1 for Richardson. So Dowling back to the front. Kemps wants to go long range this time. She's going to drag Winter Bradshaw with her. Small gap to DiGiorgio, but she'll close that one down. Now Henderson doing all the work to get back on terms with Matilda Kemps. As we all come back together, Velasquez, he looks like he's on a charge around the outside. He'll be able to use the speed from the boards. There's the bell. Velasquez goes around the outside of Henderson. He's going to lead from the front. Velasquez accelerates past Henderson into 3 and 4. Henderson, he'll collect another good round of points. I think he's still got second over the top of Richardson and Dowling. So you go, confirmation. So Richardson got second. So it looks like we're just doing standard graded points. So Velasquez with 5, Richardson with 3, Henderson with 2, and Georgia Dowling with the 1. Now, big effort from long range. I think that's Bo Morfitt. She's going to go on a charge to try and get some points. The young Gold Coast lady. Gets a bit between her teeth. Head down. 2.5 laps to go. No real chase coming from the rest of the group either. Paddy Richardson now. He's decided he'll have a crack, but he swings up. Henderson doesn't really accelerate that much. Doesn't look like there's any impetus in this chase. 1.5 laps to go for Morfitt. They all look to Velasquez to close this one down. He'll be able to do it. It's going to end up close at the finish. Bo Morfitt, though, has she got another kick? She gets the bell. Bo Morfitt, 250 metres to go. 200 metres to go. Velasquez doing all the chasing. 150 to go. 100 metres to go. Velasquez, I think he'll come and get on top. Bo Morfitt's going to have to kick. She's into the front straight. Bo Morfitt will hold on. She'll take the win. Second on Henry Velasquez. Then I think it was Matilda Kemps. I didn't see fourth between Richardson and Henderson. I think Henderson may have done enough to take the overall on that one. So good charge there from Bo Morfitt. She got the 5. That puts her in the points. So final sprint, Morfitt, Velasquez, Kemps, Felix Henderson coming through to get that final point. So Velasquez and Henderson equal on points, but because Henry placed higher on the final sprint, that'll give him the win. So Velasquez, Henderson, Morfitt into third, then Kemps, Richardson, Winter Bradshaw and Georgia Dowling. So 20 lap points race. 15, 10, 5 and 0 for the points. We'll get them as they go through. Larkins, Franks, Vaughan, Urry, Dowling, Davis, Bradshaw, Kemps, Dixon, Jordan. It looks like it's Golding, Walters, Edwards, Wynn, Sealy Cunnington. I think there's another Edwards in there as well, and Cam Douglas Savage. So Cam Franks missing a pin leads them through with 19 to go. So Larkins back on the front with 18 to go. Short, sharp turns at the front. Bradshaw follows Larkins up the track. Cruz Kemps will go to the front. He'll be followed by Riley Dixon, Oliver Jordan, and Sienna Golding. So Riley Dixon on the front. They'll get the bell this time around. So Dixon opens it up. Kemp's going from the outside. So Riley Dixon, Ollie Jordan, they're going. Sienna Golding trying to go as well. Cruz Kemps goes with them. Jordan just over the top of Dixon, followed by Kemps and Golding. Oliver Jordan seizes the opportunity. He's going to go on with it. Larkin's going to chase from the pack. Kemps shakes his head. He doesn't want to chase. He flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Golding. Jordan and Larkins, they might be able to team up here. This could be a winning move. These two have raced together enough times to know they could do this. 13 laps to go. Jordan leads through Larkins. Davis about 20 metres behind. So not a huge gap, but certainly enough that they could collect some points next time around. The chasing pack is now led by Matty Wynn. Larkins just on in front of Jordan now as they go 12 laps to go. Cam Franks, he accelerates. Good rider, Cam Franks. So Jordan, he'll get the bell. 11 to go. These two might get swamped now. They've been out the front. Here comes Franks around the outside. Larkins and Jordan caught napping a little bit there. They may end up with no points. It'll be Franks and Bradshaw going together. So Franks will get the points, followed by Bradshaw, Larkins and Walters. So now Walters on the front. She wants to go on with it. Then it's Sealy Cunnington. She takes over. She's got Cruz Kemps and Max Edwards, I think, for company. Then it's Dowling, Larkins, Urry and Dixon. So standings as they are. Ollie Jordan on 5. Cam Franks on 5. Dixon on 3. Bradshaw on 3. Kemps and Larkins on 2. Then Hannah Walters and Sienna Golding on 1 apiece. Dixon takes his opportunity. Catches them unawares. Sees that he had Sienna Golding on his wheel. 7 to go. Next time round they'll get the bell. Can anyone chase down Riley Dixon? They're going to try, but it might be that Riley caught them napping. So there's the bell. Dixon. He'll roll through to get the points on this one, no doubt. Dowling going around the outside of that chasing pack of Davis, Walters and Larkins. So Dixon looks around. He'll get the points. Then Dowling will collect the 3. Dowling and Dixon, they're going to get together at the front. Dowling, he's the points race champion already. Can't believe they let this move go. He showed him a clean set of heels on Friday night. So Dixon, Dowling, Davis and Larkins, that was the last sprint. Dixon on top with 8 points. If Dowling takes this 5, he has to hope that Dixon gets none. Certainly put himself in a position to take the victory. So I think if Dixon doesn't score, Dowling will get the win. But Dowling will come through, he'll get the bell. So Dowling winds it off. He's got half a lap to go. The bell for the rest of them now. So surprising, Riley Dixon not contesting at all. He only needed 1 point and he would have taken the victory. Ollie Jordan, he'll come through. He'll get second. Cam Douglas Savage with third. And I think Cruz Kemps might have just snuck over the top to get that final point. But I'm pretty sure that'll leave Dowling at the top, equal on points with Dixon, but because he got the last sprint. Next up, 25-lap points race. Megan Moore, Bella Potts, Will Holzberger, Felix Crossman, Zach Douglas Savage, Rory Fisk, Neve Parslow, Maddie Taylor, Courtney McGowan, Chris Myatt, and Jay Dorraboom. So they're off. It's Bella Potts on the front, followed by Douglas Savage. No, sorry, followed by Crossman, then Douglas Savage, then Dorraboom, Courtney McGowan, and Will Holzberger. So confirmation of the results from the previous race. Dowling on top, followed by Dixon and Jordan. Flick of the elbow from Crossman. He hands it over to Douglas Savage. So 22 to go. So I'll get the bell this time around. Douglas Savage going to lead this one out, followed by Dorraboom, Crossman, Bella Potts getting involved in this as well. Douglas Savage down the back straight. Dorraboom coming at him, but I think Douglas Savage has got enough to hold on. Oh, I think that might have been Dorraboom just on the line. I don't want to call it till the comms do. It's very close between Dorraboom and Douglas Savage. Then it would have been Crossman and Potts. So Dorraboom did sneak across. He got the 5. Then Douglas Savage, Crossman and Potts. Don't give Jay Dorraboom a sniff. He will take it. So Douglas Savage back to the front. He hands it over to Crossman. Holzberger, the Bundy rider, he's on front now. He hands it back to Jay Dorraboom. There's the bell. Crossman. He's going to try and get the advantage as they all chase. Doroboom just caught at the back there a little bit. Crossman coming. Zach Douglas Savage. He might have to settle for second again. He will. Third will be Potts, then Doroboom. Now the Queensland boys will head off. Crossman and Douglas Savage. I think it's Queensland Cycling Foundation kit. So they'll work together. Douglas Savage, though, looks like he's pretty keen to settle down a little bit. So they all come back together just in time for the next bell lap by the look of it. No, 12 to go. Nanette looked at me like, you're crazy up there in the commentary booth. The bell's the next lap. So as they roll around, Doroboom's going to take a charge from high up on the boards. He goes over the top of Douglas Savage, goes around the top of Potts. Douglas Savage, though, he's closer this time. He gets out of the saddle. Crossman coming at a great rate of knots as well. They both go over the top of Jay Doroboom. Douglas Savage takes the sprint with 10 to go, followed by Crossman, Doroboom and Potts. So Douglas Savage, I think that'll put him at the top of proceedings. It is 11 points to Felix Crossman's 10. Then it's Jay Doroboom on 8, Bella Potts on 4. So the points being shared between Douglas Savage, Crossman, Doroboom and Potts. Will Holzberger, he's in there. He just hasn't been able to snag a point. So now Bella Potts goes a long range. You'd think she should have tired legs after setting a state record in the TP. Doesn't seem to be the case. She looks over her left shoulder. Douglas Savage, he's not too keen on chasing. There's the bell for Potts. Now Douglas Savage begins to chase. Bella Potts is turned off though. And now Douglas Savage absolutely flying down that back straight. He's dragging Crossman with him. Douglas Savage over the top of Potts. Then it's Crossman in second. Potts in third. Jay Doroboom collects another point in fourth. So we come down to our final 4 laps. Three to go as Crossman and Douglas Savage slow it down. They'll all regroup with about 2 laps to go. Now Potts, she goes again, long range. 2 laps to go this time. Crossman, he decides to chase it down. He wants to try and get this victory over Douglas Savage. If Crossman can get the win, I don't think it'll be enough if Douglas Savage comes in second as they go shoulder to shoulder through turns 1 and 2. Douglas Savage, the animator, round the outside. Douglas Savage, he'll romp it home. He'll take the win and the overall. Crossman in second. Bella Potts, she'll collect the points. Not enough to beat Jay Dorabun. Will Holzberger will collect one as well. So Douglas Savage will take the overall, followed by Crossman, Dorabun by 1 point over Potts, and then Holzberger and McGowan. So moving into some 3-up flying 750s. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first up for our flying 750, Glenn Catherall, Chris Lang and Rory Fisk. As they wind up this flying 750, Catherall will lead out Lang and Fisk. This will be the time to beat for everyone else. Catherall out of the saddle, down the front straight, starts the clock. Into 1 and 2, Lang all over his back wheel. Round they come, into turn 3 and 4. Catherall will head off shortly. Lang takes over, he comes through. Fisk onto the wheel of Lang. Down the back straight. Pretty rapid on that first lap. As they come through now, Lang hands it over to Fisk. 30 seconds for the first 500. Pretty good time from the three boys. Rory Fisk, he's found another gear today. He is on fire. Rory Fisk on his way around. He'll stop the clock. 45.951. Next out on track, it'll be a quartet of Jensen, Winchester, Emilius and Smalley. So Jensen's going to lead this one out. followed by Winchester. Then it'll be Emilias and Smalley. So Jensen out of the saddle, starts the clock. Heads through 1 and 2. He's got 3 riders right on his tail. Half a lap done. He peels off. He hands it over to Winchester. Winchester, round he goes. He's going to do half a lap. He hands it over to Emilias. Emilias and Smalley. They fly through. Emilias absolutely flying down that back straight. He's going to do a full lap. He'll hand it over to Smalley shortly. Very quick as they come through. 28 seconds on those first 2 laps. Time to beat a 45.951. Smalley, he looks to finish this one off. Round 3 and 4 he goes. So the clock ticks towards 45 seconds. They'll go fastest with a 43.765. Next out on track, it'll be Maddie Douglas-Savage, Julie Barnett, and Sandra Stoy. So next time round, they'll get the bell. Time to beat 43.765. So the bell will go, 3 laps to go, as Douglas-Savage gets out of the saddle. She starts the clock. So they head around 1 and 2. So Douglas-Savage leading around Julie Barnett, leading around Sandra Stoy. First lap coming off, Douglas-Savage. She rolls up, she hands it over to Julie Barnett. First lap is 16.65. Now Barnett goes. She heads down the back straight. Stoy getting into her wheel. So Julie Barnett, that's completion of 2. There's the bell. 33 seconds so far, so a lot of work to do. I don't think they're going to challenge that 43-second mark. I don't think they'll challenge the 45 seconds either, as Stoy comes around turn 3 and 4, comes towards the start-finish line, stops the clock in a 51 flat. Next out, it'll be Rory Fisk out there again with Anthony Lane and Adam Clark. So Rory Fisk will lead this one out, followed by Anthony Lane and Adam Clark. So Fisk starts the wind up as they go around 3 and 4. He starts the clock. So Fisk dives down into the sprinters lane, followed by Anthony Lane and Adam Clark. Fisk has Anthony Lane all over his back wheel as he heads around 3 and 4. So Fisk, he rolls up. He hands it over to Anthony Lane. They go through. 2 laps to go. Lane and Clark, they go on with it. This is the fastest time so far. So good kick from Rory. 14 seconds on that first one. Anthony Lane, he comes through. He's going to hand it over to Clark. Are they still in front? They go second fastest now. Now it's all down to Clark. Time to beat 43.765. Can they make it? Clark, as he makes his way around, turn 3 and 4 into the front straight, and they won't go fastest. Can they get second? They go second with a 45.869. Kudos to Rory Fisk, backing it up 2 races after his first one, and he beat his first time. Good job, Rory Fisk. He is on fire today. Skip it. All right, as we head into a graded points race, 20 laps. No, sorry, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. Graded scratch elimination scratch. So a couple of laps as a scratch race, then we'll move into eliminations. On the second whistle, that'll be the end of the eliminations, and we'll have a scratch race to the end. So Dowling and Urry out the front. I'll lead them through with 14 laps to go. So they're all together as they come around and get 12 laps to go. Everyone a little bit tight out there. They don't want to be caught out when the eliminations start. So there's the bell. Eliminations begin this lap as Isla Tompkinson makes her way around the outside. DeGiorgio might find herself in trouble here. Morfitt might be in trouble as well. She's in that sprinters lane. Kemps gets herself in the trouble, but it's Tompkinson. She ran out of juice going around the outside. So Tompkinson, our first one out. Now in trouble. Douglas Savage at the back. I think she looks like she's pretty comfortable being out on this one. So Maddie Douglas Savage. Now Sebastian Ari. He might be in trouble here. He's going to have to find another gear as they all kick in front of him. He might do a bit of a sniper effort around here. Bo Morfitt. She's in that sprinters lane and that spells trouble. Georgia Dowling looks around, but they swamp over the top of her. So Georgia Dowling, the next one out. So Ari catching him unawares at the back. He might be in trouble now though. He needs to find a slot to go into. DeGiorgio, the next one out. So Hannah DeGiorgio is our next rider out. She's going to carry on. No, I think she's worked out maybe. No, she's still racing. Oh, that was awkward between So Bo Morfitt, our final rider out. So no one really paying attention to the number board. Bo Morfitt has stayed in. So as the pack makes room for Bo Morfitt to make her way out of the pack. They've all slowed down at the same time though, so that makes it really awkward for Bo to try and get out. So 4 laps to go. So, Winter Bradshaw, 3.5 laps to go. Kemps leads them through. Richardson on a flyer from the back. Catches them all sleeping a bit. Seb Urry tried to go with him. But then Paddy pulls up. Seb goes. 2 laps to go. Kemps just keeps him in sight. There's the bell. Henderson gets the kick. He goes through. So Henderson, Richardson, Kemps can't keep pace. Now Winter Bradshaw goes through. Henderson out the front though. He's got the goods over Paddy Richardson. Winter Bradshaw coming. She looks around. She'll be happy with third. So Felix Henderson, he'll take the win. Followed by Paddy Richardson, Winter Bradshaw, Matilda Kemps and Sebastian Urry. So next up, another scratch elimination, scratch, 20 laps this time. Having a look at a few riders, Max Edwards there, Larkins, Dowling, Weir. Davis, I think, is there as well. Hannah Walters, Cruz Kemps, Ollie Jordan, Riley Dixon, Ollie Urry, Sienna Golding, Cam Franks, Elise Vaughan and Eden Silly Cunnington. So scratch elimination, scratch. There's only one more race left of the weekend after this one. We'll do presentations for the team pursuit straight after the next race. There's Elise Vaughan that leads us through with 18 laps to go. Special request from Mandy Franks to do the nut bush. So Cruz Kemps will lead us through. So scratch elimination, scratch. Once the bell goes, we'll start eliminations. As they all start to hustle for position, especially around that mid-pack, no one wanting to get caught out. The pace already on. Dowling at the front, he wants to spread things right out. He's going to treat this like a scratch. So they all bunch back together down that back straight. Like a big school of tuna as they are out there. There's the bell. As we look towards the back now, Chris Weir. Can he get himself out of trouble? The pace is high. Max Edwards, he might be in trouble here if he doesn't pay attention to what's going on. He dives down. But it'll be Chris Weir at the back. As our eliminations continue, Elise Vaughan might be in trouble. Ollie Urry dropping through the pack though as well. So Vaughan accelerates. Ollie Urry looks around. There's no one there. Urry, our next one out. So Elise Vaughan now, she's still trying to get back into this pack. No one there, so Elise Vaughan, the next one out. Now Bradshaw finds himself in a bit of a spot here. He's going to have to get out and around somewhere. Sealy Cunnington tried to go around the outside of Max Edwards. Sealy Cunnington, the next one out. So Edwards just beating Eden on the line. Now down the bottom, Larkins looks around. It might be, no. Edwards, the next one out. As our group gets smaller and smaller, Larkins and Walters, they're in trouble at the back. Dixon pushes Larkins up the track. Sienna Golding, the next one out. Elimination can be cruel just when you think you're safe, and in the mid-pack, you find yourself out the back. So Cruz Kemp's coming around the outside of Larkins. Larkins will be in trouble here. So Larkins, the next one out. Out the front, it's Dixon and Walters opening up. So final elimination. That'll be Harley Bradshaw. So 4.5 laps to go. So Davis off the front. No real movement at the moment. Dowling sitting on that chasing pack, followed by Jordan, Kemps, Dixon, Franks, and Hannah Walters. Davis decides to go with 2.5. Don't know if anyone's got the legs or if anyone even wants to chase, but Dowling sitting on the front, he's taken the pace way off. 1.5 to go for Hunter Davis. Now they all move. I reckon Hunter Davis has probably done enough here though. There's the bell, 1 lap to go. They may have left it too late. Cruz Kemp's making a final charge. Kemp's might be the only one who can do this. He catches up to Bundy teammate. Kemp's goes around the outside. Cam Frank's coming as well, but Cruz Kemp's will come through. He'll take the win. Well done to Cruz. Final race of the night. One more. Scratch elimination. Scratch. So, a bit of a variation. It's just going to be a 10-lap scratch race. That looks like it'll be Bella Potts, Felix Crossman, Jay Doraboom, the animator, Zach Douglas Savage, and Courtney McGowan. We'll do presentations straight after this ride. So, riders, if you want to get yourself ready for the podiums, for our team pursuit, our final state championships of 2026. So here we go, straight 10 lap scratch race, no scratch elimination scratch, just 10 laps. So all our team pursuiters, we're going to do presentations straight after this. Please make your way to the infield of the scoreboard end. We will be doing presentations immediately after this race. Get your kit on, do your hair. Head towards the podium area. So Felix Crossman, he leads them across with 8 laps to go. Zach Douglas Savage on the front. So 3 records today. Sorry? 3 records today. Under 19 girls, under 17 boys, and under 17 girls. Righto, here we go. Getting down to the business end of this final round of the AMV track series. Round 6. And Douglas Savage, he's gone on the attack with 5.5 to go. 4.5 to go, sorry, as he comes around, he'll get 4 to go this time around. Douglas Savage being chased down by Bella Potts, Crossman and Doraboom. So 3 laps to go this time. Any riders for the team pursuit presentations, please make your way to the podium area. We will do prezzo straight after this race. It's Crossman who's gone off the front now with 2.5 to go. He's got Doraboom chasing him down. 2 to go. Crossman and Doraboom off the front. Our final race of the afternoon. Crossman and Doraboom. 1.5 laps to go. Who's got the legs at the end of the day to go with it? Crossman looks around. Doraboom is right on his wheel as they kick. There's the bell. So Crossman leads out Doraboom. Half a lap to go now. Looks like Felix Crossman, he's got the legs to stay on top. Felix Crossman, he'll take the win in our last scratch race of the day. Great riding from all our riders today. Team Pursuiters, can you please make your way to the podium area? Team Pursuiters, make your way to the podium area. We will do presentations straight away. Thanks, mate. All right, we'll head straight to our presentations. So we should have down there the Masters men, the 150 plus and the Open, the Masters women. They'll be our first three. Then we'll go to our under 17 men, under 17 women, and the under 19s. So ready for our prezos, starting with our men's Masters 150 plus. Our gold medal winners for 2026, Cam Douglas Savage, Matty Wynn and Martin Edwards. Congratulations, Martin, Cam and Matt, our 2026 Masters Men 150 plus Team Pursuit State Champions. For our Masters Men, I think we've only got two of them here. For the Masters Men Open Team Pursuit State Champions, the team of Chris Weir, Jay Doraboom, and Chris Myatt and Craig O'Donnell. They're not there. Craig O'Connell, sorry. So representing the team, Chris Weir and Jay Doraboom. Moving on to our Masters Open Women. That's a team of Julie Barnett, Sandra Stoy, Melinda Simon and Courtney McGowan. Our 2026 Masters Women Open Team Pursuit State Champions. Congratulations, Mel, Jules, Courtney and Sandra. Okay, moving on to our under 17 boys. So under 17 boys, Team Pursuit State Championship. So the bronze medal to the Balmoral team, Oliver Urry, Cam Franks, Oliver Jordan and Max Edwards. Looks nice and cozy down there. So bronze medalist, Ollie Urry, Cam Franks, Ollie Jordan and Max Edwards. Taking home the silver, the UQ Bundaberg team, Flynn Larkins, Hunter Davis, Harley Bradshaw and Cruz Kemps. And our state champions from Hamilton Wheelers with a new state record, the 2026 Team Pursuit State Champions, Harry Dowling, Aidan Parslow, Elliot King and Jacob Cork. Congratulations, our under 17 state champions for the Team Pursuit. Please don't all try and get on the top step. Congratulations, boys. Moving on to our under 17 girls. Taking home the bronze from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, the team of Bo Morfitt, Adele Dixon, Winter Bradshaw and Hannah DeGiorgio. Taking home the silver, the Hamilton Wheelers plus Bundaberg team of Hannah Walters, Georgia Dowling and Matilda Kemps. And our gold medal winners and state record holders, the team of Sienna Golding, Elise Vaughan and Maddie Douglas Savage. Congratulations, our under 17 women Team Pursuit State Champions for 2026. Next up, it looks like the under 19 women. So our 2026 Team Pursuit champions and new state record holders, the team of Bella Potts, Megan Moore, Neve Parslow and April Paddy. Congratulations, Bella, Megan, Neve and April. Our final presentation of the night goes to our under 19 men. That's the team of Will Holzberger, Will Emilias, Zach Douglas Savage and Felix Crossman. Congratulations, Will Emilias, Will Holzberger, Zach Douglas Savage and Felix Crossman. So there are our final races and final presentations of 2026. Well done to all the medalists. We'll see you back here for Nationals in March. Drive safe. We'll see you next time. Thank you.